Dooby dooby doo. Hey, it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Tea time. Everybody drinks tea. Is that how it goes? I don't know. Probably not. What's up, everybody? It's pretty smoky out there. I wonder if that's going to affect this severe risk, but nonetheless, we're going to be live streaming in Quebec, in Ontario, in New Brunswick, and in Alberta. There's a whole lot of going on. Yeah, whole lot of. Good. Oh, oh, see a little bit of pulsing going on here. Looks like that is a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Edson right now. Hello. Hello. Hello, open. Let's see here. Yeah, so that's got some rotation on it. Let's go to storm relative velocity. Huh. Huh. How's the show? Show was cool. Show was cool. Today's show is going to be brought to you by maybe it's going to be interrupted by wildflower smoke. We're going to have to see what happens, but it's like orange outside in Barrie right now. So we're getting a lot of smoke over here in the east. Good. And actually, it may be affecting the risk over here in the east so much so that Environment Canada actually dropped I believe they had an orange tornado watch and they dropped it. I believe they dropped it and replaced it with a severe thunderstorm watch. That the severe thunderstorm watch does mention the risk of tornadoes, but they've clearly felt that things have taken a bit of a nosedive as far as the overall risk out here. And you just let me click the okay, there we go. 6% tornado risk on that cell up there, which would be north of Quebec City, southeast of. How do you pronounce this? I've always wondered. Saguenay. Southwest of Saguenay. Is that right? Is that how you pronounce it? Saguenay? Let me know. Yeah, they dropped the tornado watch. Now we have a tornado watch in Alberta, I believe. Is that correct? Let me just double check here. What have I done? Oh, I see. Yeah, yellow level tornado watch in Alberta. Okay, severe thunderstorm watch for Edmonton. So basically, this is the tornado watch in Alberta. Everything else here is severe thunderstorm watch. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. So there's that. Yeah, there's a bit of rotation on this one here. Where is this exactly? This is just north of Pembina Forks here. And it's been a few frames of rotation, actually. And it's moving very slowly. I think I'm going to go little minor rotation detected polygon on this. Something like that. Probably pretty good. So southwest of Edson, let's see what it says. Minor rotation. It's a polygon time. We've detected minor rotation on radar with a storm located 50 kilometers south of Edson. Just northeast of Pembina. What was it again? Pembina. Forks. All right. Yeah. One of those is probably right. Northeast of Pem Forks traveling east northeast at 9 kilometers an hour. Very slow moving. And that's at 4:13 in Alberta. We're going to send that one out here. Good. 2 hours on that. 13 people in that super rural area. That is astonishing. By the way, in case you missed it, the new app is out. Mic drop. Wait, sorry. The new app's already out. The new app update is out. Mic drop. The new app update is amazing. We've heard a couple little bugs, but we tested it so much. That's why it took so long for the app update, because we tested it a lot. Ooh, even the Brandon, check this out. Even the custom polygons pulse. All right, we're pulsy now. Every new this we're just testing this on our admin map here. Let me know if you want it in the actual Instant Weather Pro. But every time there's a new alert or custom notification from us, it'll pulse, and you can set the length of the pulse, like 30 seconds or something or whatever. Thanks for the app update. Check it out on older devices. I literally went and found my old iPhone 6S. It was in a drawer somewhere. It was like all gummy. It had problems. But then I found the old iPhone plug for it, the old lightning adapter. I plugged it in, loaded it up. I went to the App Store. I downloaded the app. I loaded it up. And I flipped through the weather page, and it just moved like butter. And I was like, ah. So we've actually extended support all the way back to iPhone 6S now. And support already goes pretty far back in the Android world. On my old Android device, the thing flies now. It flies. Good. Let me know what you're experiencing. Got some storms cooking in Canada. We've got a few. We'll see what happens. Smoky in Peterborough, says Canadian Aviator. It's really smoky here in Barrie. It's like orange. Ooh, we got some more down by Rocky Mountain House, and that's got rotation on a big, strong inflow signature. Whoa. We're probably going to get a good look at this too, because there's a one of those airport cameras right there. I'm going to do a polygon on this one too. It's also not even moving. Let's see how slowly this thing's moving. Something like this is probably a good idea. I would be shocked if there's anybody in this polygon. Let me extend it out just a little bit, and then I'll be less shocked. But that first polygon I did, I'd be shocked if there's literally anybody in there. Which way is this thing going? It's actually kind of going more like east. Something like that's probably good. Maybe we should let Rocky Mountain House know about it. If I was in Rocky Mountain House, I always have to try to think about those things. If I was in Rocky Mountain House and there's a rotating supercell this close to town, I'd probably want to know. And I'd probably be on this live stream going, why isn't this guy letting us know in Rocky Mountain House this thing's happening? You know? Right? It's moving extremely slowly. It says traveling south at 0 kilometers an hour. Traveling east, northeast at a snail's pace. That's right. We detected minor rotation on radar with a storm located 50 kilometers west of Rocky Mountain House. Not exactly. Where is it? Is there anything down here? Like any towns? Northwest of Strachan? Southwest of Ancona? Southwest of Ancona. Traveling east-northeast at a snail's pace. I'll just say traveling. I like snail's pace, though. I kind of want to leave it. I'm leaving it. No, that's not appropriate because it's not moving to snail's pace. A snail would be moving slower than it. So let's go with traveling very slowly to the east-northeast. It was good while it lasted. All right. Yada yada yada. Blah blah blah. Very strong influence on that thing, and that is at 4:18 in Alberta. All right. Doing minor on that one. 2 hours. 707 people. Oh, because I included Rocky Mountain House. Okay, it makes sense. Yeah. All right. Sending it out. Snail's pace. Almost. Almost went snail's pace on that one. Good. Oh, by the way, you can see we did for watches we switched to like a dashed, like a dotted dashed outline. Let us know what you think of that as well too. We're also experimenting with that. Good. All right, let's jump back over here to Ontario. What's up, Ontario? What about Quebec? Quebec, the models made Quebec look like a significant tornado outbreak. But I think I don't know if the models took into account how strongly the smoke would affect these storms. So we're still expecting storms to pop in theory and eventually head down towards the Ottawa Valley, maybe Petawawa, Pembroke. Petawawa, Pembroke, down into the Ottawa Valley. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I do not know. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, for those who are asking what the app's called, it's called Instant Weather. And with our latest update, it feels a lot more like instant weather because early on the performance was really good, and then somewhere along the line, something got bloated, and then it was not as performant. We had some people in the app reviews being like, "Oh, the old one was faster, and now this one seems chunkier, seems slower." We have solved that. It is lightning fast on every device. And if it's not, please let us know. But we've tested a ton of different devices. It is super, super, super strong. So super, super, super fast. Let's see here. Give me just one sec. I will be ready. All right, I got to take care of something. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. If you don't mind jumping in, Brent, if you can. If not, it's all good. And just throw up a banner and I'll be back in just 2 minutes. Bye-bye.
Storm has passed, the time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. Thunder's gone, rain is coming down. If you look up to the sky, you see things are clearing now. Everything is gonna be okay, even when it's not. All storms pass eventually. you're from. You got me, you got mom. So love your family, you only get one. Only get one. Storm has passed. The time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone. Maybe it's not too long until you rest your head and get some sleep. Try to dream of something sweet. Ooh, you're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight, tonight, tonight. You're gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, tonight.
Okay, I have returned. And I am back. Sorry about that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 1 second here. Let me think. Mm-hmm. Okay. Southwestern Ontario is having a hard time here with CASET is down and KDTX is down. So cross your fingers no storms show up there. That would be bad. Yeah, I think we can find a camera over by Rocky Mountain House for this one. Definitely seen rotation in that. And definitely seen rotation in that one. So 2 slow-moving isolated supercells are tracking through parts of Alberta right now. We'll take a look at that camera in just a minute. I just want to go over and see what's happening. What is happening over here? Quebec is supposed to be absolutely crazy right now, and looks like we've got some storm activity. Yeah. 30% tornado risk on this cell. Okay. Well, there's that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Adam, I want to highlight a comment real quick that we got here, if you can address it.
Sure. Tamara says, "Hi, Adam. I'm trying to pay to get my comments seen. I have severe TBI from 2019. I want to pay for your app, but it doesn't track pressure easily like it used to." Okay, so it still does do pressure. So what you have to do, let me show you. 1 second here. Oh, let me just reinstall. By the way, yeah, so you just go to the hourly product, and then you can find pressure. I'll show you. So in the hourly product of the app, so here's the app. You scroll down to hours, or you touch the hours button, that blue button right there, right? And then you scroll down to the hours. Now, if you touch on one of the hours, if I touch this particular time, you'll notice that it opens up a drop down below. So if you scroll the drop down, you can see the pressure is right there. See pressure in purple? I don't know how close this can focus, but right there. 10, 12 HPA for pressure, okay? So now the cool thing you can actually do is you can tap on pressure, right? You see how it's highlighted now? And then when you go back up, you can see the pressure on the graph. So anything you tap in that drop down, you can actually go up here, and then you can just swipe, and you can see the pressure changing as you swipe. So I hope that helps. It's just in the hour product, and then you can see the pressure. Let me know if that helps. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know why the St. Teat area is cut out of this watch. I'm pretty confident that area is in the watch. That seems like a bug. Brennan, I don't know if you noticed, but I chopped out all of the we chopped out all the stuff, all the extra polygons that we didn't want to see, like the fact that we're live, the fact that there's an app update. They're all gone from the admin map now. I got a yay from Brennan. Yay. Yeah, St. Teat, isn't it? St. Teat? Our future head office there. It does not help. I'm trying to give you good feedback. So, Tamara, do you see the hourly product though? Can you confirm if you see this? Can you confirm if you see this? This part of the app that says hours, and it's got all the hours, and you can like scroll the hours here. Hold on. Wait. It's hard to do looking into a camera. You can scroll the hours. Do you see that in the app? Let me know if you see that part of the app, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, and tomorrow I did the same. Maybe a conversation through email might be a lot easier than trying to do this on the live.
True.
So, Tamara, why don't you reach out to us via email at help@instantweather.ca. I'll type it in the chat so that you're able to copy and paste it into an email.
She says, yes, but it does not let me scroll right without resetting to the top of that page. Huh. That's a new one. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. Maybe we can do a video chat or something and go through it to see if we can figure that out. I see Strathmore is down. Great. Perfect. Oh, it looks like Brennan was able to reproduce this. So he clicks the drop down and then he goes to scroll, but then it takes him. It seems to take him to the top of the page. Oh, so there actually is an issue with that. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can replicate it. So if I click on pressure and then I go to scroll, what? I can do it just fine. I clicked on pressure. Where is it? I clicked on pressure. And then I scroll and it scrolls fine. That's weird. Let me try to pull up Rocky Mountain House here. I see a lot of comments, people saying that they like how fast the app is now, much better performance, especially on older devices. So that's really good to hear. It was a lot of effort, but I'm glad it works better now. Let me pull this in here, the Nav Canada cameras, and we should be able to pull up Rocky Mountain House. And it's down. Strathmore's down. Exeter's down. Detroit is down. The Rocky Mountain House cameras are down. Okay. Kim Stevenson says, much better. Glad to hear. Tamara makes a good point. We're not on the same device. Yeah, she's on a Pixel 10 Pro. So yeah, I'll test it on my Android device as well too, and see if I can get it to replicate. Anywho, we got 2 isolated supercells in Alberta to watch. What's going on here? Little pop up here in Saskatchewan.
Adam, I
Okay.
just brought you up a comment on the stream.
Oh, EMTO says I did the update and all my save locations vanished. Huh. Yeah, Brennan had that issue too, but Brennan's got like 100 locations saved, so I thought that might have been a unique use case.
I've seen multiple comments about that, so it might be a certain threshold.
Maybe it depends on how many you have. Maybe if you have like more. EMTO, can you let us know how many comments you had? Maybe it's if you have too many locations, it's a bug. Obviously it is, because that was happening for Brennan, and Brennan's got about 100 saved. Joe says mine vanished too. Oof. Sorry to hear that, folks. You might have to re-add those. Based on our analytics, it says like 95% of people that use the app have about 3 locations in their app. But I guess there's probably some people that have a ton. There you go. I have 4 locations and they're still there. I had about 8 locations saved. I had that, but only 5 locations. So maybe it's like 5 and higher or something. I had 2 and they're gone. Oh, okay.
And to clarify, they're not technically gone. They're still there because
that's right.
I can drop down to a different version of the app and they return, so we can restore them. So just don't touch the locations yet, and we'll update the app.
Well, they kind of have to though,
back.
Brendan, because if they want to actually see any information from those locations, they kind of have to re-add them. But in theory, they should come back once we fix that. So, in theory, we'll try. I had 2, but I've been meaning to remove them. I'm in Ottawa. Will I see anything this evening? It's hard to say. Dawn says, did the update have 8 saved locations and they're still there? I wonder if it's dependent on device, because I know Brennan's on an iPhone. Don Thompson, can you let us know what device you're using? Update for Smith Falls. Right now, everything's fine. Like we're kind of in question mode of what is this wildfire smoke going to do to the storm development? So it's a good sign that Environment Canada dialed back from an orange tornado watch to a severe thunderstorm watch in Quebec. That's a good sign. Models are still showing that we're going to have strong development, though. I'm just looking at the latest HRR, and it's still showing some pretty strong storms probably moving. Yeah, it looks like moving through pretty late, though. Like kind of popping up around 7. I guess it's 6:45 in Ontario right now. So 7:30, 8 o'clock-ish they pop. If they pop. Interesting. Let me check some other stuff here. I want to see what kind of agreement we have here. That's all good, Brian. Don't worry about it. I'm seeing some stuff that says the storms aren't even going to pop until maybe 8 o'clock. So we'll see. But it looks like they will be tracking through Ottawa Valley area, possibly right through Ottawa. We'll see. Well, will they be strong? I don't know. These ones in Quebec were supposed to be a heck of a lot stronger than they are now. The only one that's really looking interesting is this one up here. But not that interesting. So I don't know. The wildfire smoke might seriously be affecting things. we do have storms developing over here in New Brunswick. And we'll be watching those closely as well. %14 tornado risk on the cell. What? Interesting. Yeah, this right in here. Some wild wind values. We'll see what happens as that moves. Looks like there's a lot of noise, though, in that area. So we'll have to keep an eye closely over here for parts of New Brunswick. Let's refresh here. Yeah, Brennan made a good point. The violent tornado parameter in eastern Ontario, which I don't think takes into account the wildfire smoke, but it's currently ridiculously strong. I'll show you. We got a VTP of 9 for areas basically near Cornwall. To the north of that, a VTP of 8. 8 is wild. 8 is wild.
I will mention, if you look near Sudbury, there's some developing cells there, and that's where models indicate that storms would begin to develop. So that might be where they're starting.
Oh, yeah. I see. Near Falcon Bridge, Ontario, just northeast of Sudbury, starting to see some development. That's a good point. And then it's going to track down into this extremely strong environment. I mean, this environment is unbelievably strong for tornado development. However, there's also a ton of wildfire smoke here. And it's the battle of smoke versus storm environment. So who's going to win out? No one. No one wins on. No one wins in that situation. It's either bad or awful. Okay. Let's go take a look at what's happening over here in Alberta. Cool thing about the Alberta storms is they're moving super slow. Oh, wow. 103 kilometers an hour on one side, 15 on the other. Go to storm relative velocity. You got yourself some rotation right there, folks. Classic rotation, southwest of Rocky Mountain House. It's gone a whole lot of nowhere, very slowly moving to the east, northeast, towards Rocky Mountain House at the moment. You also have this here, which is northeast of, is it Pembina? I forget. Manisa says, I uninstalled the app on 2 devices, reinstalled, and it's working now. Okay, yeah. So if you do have an issue with the app, definitely delete it and reinstall it. Oh, yeah, there's spotters in Quebec right now as well, too. I thought wildfire smoke fueled bad storms. I don't think so. All I ever remember hearing is it mitigating severe risks? A little bit of minor rotation on this one as well, too, heading up towards Edson. Probably should notify that one as well. The Thunder Bay nav cam right now looks awful. Where are those fires again? Are they up there?
Yeah, they're mostly to the west and northwest of Thunder Bay, but all the smoke is spreading east and southeast.
This is northwest of Embarrass, Embarras. Embarrass. Embarrass. I don't know how to pronounce anything. All right. I'm going to go minor on that one, too. 3 minor rotation detected polygons. 37 kilometers east of Hinton, traveling northeast of 31 kilometers an hour towards Edson. Okay, that looks good. Sending it to 387 people. Let them know what's up. All right, done. 1 polygon, 2 polygons, 3 polygons. Polygon time in Alberta. Stuff west of Regina looks boring. Stuff west of Winkler looks boring. The Nav Canada camera from Thunder Bay looks brutal. Thank you, Tamara, for becoming a new YouTube member. Appreciate it. Hope we can help with the that bug. Adam is the polygon count from Sesame Street. I almost did the but I thought maybe the laugh is inappropriate. 4 polygons. Does anybody see how orange the sky is in Thunder Bay right now? This is Thunder Bay. Ugh. It just looks awful.
And
How
that's a
dark it is.
preview of what's to come tomorrow in Southern Ontario.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be pretty bad in Southern Ontario tomorrow based on the model data. The surface smoke is gonna be rough. I mean, it's already orange now. Where on the app can I find air quality rating? We don't have it on our app yet, but we really should add it. I mean, I think it's free data. We should be able to pull it in. So we definitely need to add that to the list. Air quality would be a good thing right about now. Mesoscale discussion in the US. See what it says. 40% chance of a watch. It says the need for a watch is unclear. Widespread wildfire smoke and cloud debris has limited diurnal heating, resulting in lingering inhibition evident from terrain-induced stable billow clouds over portions of southern New England. However, just to the south of the primary... okay, I'm going to stop reading this. There's too many big words for me in my small brain. But anyways, long story short, they're saying that the wildfire smoke is actually making them question if they're even going to issue a severe thunderstorm watch here. So obviously the smoke is definitely inhibiting strong storm development. Looks like there's a little storm up here by St. Tite heading to the southeast. St. Tite. In Quebec, those storms as well. Still keep an eye on, we have to keep an eye on the stuff that's going on in New Brunswick. What's going on with this little thing? Hello. Hello, little tiny supercell. Where are you going? Are you going to PEI? Where are you going? No, maybe not. To the east? Towards Anticosti Island? Is that how you pronounce it? Anticosti Island? Let's see. Nothing? Yeah. All right, well, I tried. Yeah. That is tracking there. We're watching New Brunswick. We're watching Quebec. We are watching Ontario. So far, Ontario is a snooze fest, but we'll see how things develop. We are watching absolutely brutal wildfire smoke. Are these all the wildfires? Yep.
Yep, that's all fire smoke.
This is all fire, folks. Well, you can definitely radar is not just good for storms, but I got an idea. Let me speed this up here. There's your wildfire smoke. If you're wondering where it's coming from, it's all heading towards southern Ontario for tomorrow. Wow. That is rough. That is rough. Outdoor camp tomorrow? I mean, that's your call, but it's going to be rough. I don't know if they have asthma or not. If they do, that's probably a definite stay home.
I'd
But
imagine in most cases they would keep kids indoors if the conditions were that bad.
yeah, if they're going to be that high tomorrow, it's going to be disgusting to be outside, and you really don't want all those really fine particles getting embedded in your lungs. It's not a great thing. Shauna says, don't forget to like and subscribe, everyone. Yeah, we'd appreciate it if you could hit the like button on the live stream and hit the subscribe button on YouTube. We'd appreciate it. Christina says, I could smell a little smoke in Toronto this afternoon. Yeah, it's looking rough. And Toronto's like, what, 37, 38 degrees right now? Actual air temperature. How's Edmonton doing for today? It's a good question. We'll see what these slowly moving supercells do if they eventually get over there. Still seeing quite organized rotation on this one tracking east towards Rocky Mountain House. If only we had, the airport camera available, that would be helpful. I missed a whole bunch of stuff, by the way. Miss Musk Oxen for the super chat. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. FHG, thank you for becoming a new member. Appreciate it. Abs316, as always, only time I'll be happy for forest fire smoke in Eastern Ontario is what? To mitigate the storms? Yeah. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Monkey? Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Monkey? Tamara, thanks again for becoming a new YouTube member. Appreciate it. Freya, is it Freyja? Freya? Freya, maybe?
Probably Freya.
Freya. Thank you so much, Freya, for becoming a new YouTube member. Appreciate it. And Manisa, another vote for air quality in the app. Thank you for your arbitrary number. It's very generous of you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very arbitrary, though. 07, that's random. Zombri says, Ottawa feels like 45 and the smoke got super bad by 2 p.m. Looks apocalyptic almost. Yeah, it's really orange outside here in Barrie. Oh, boy. We're getting smoke over northeast of Edmonton. Thank you, SJ Mac. Appreciate it. Now, I wonder what the smoke's going to do in Alberta with these storms. Is there any other cameras in Rocky Mountain House? Let me see. Ooh, maybe Alberta 511. Maybe. Alberta 511. We're going to add all this stuff to IW Pro in the near future so that we don't have to go into this particular map. Although this map's pretty useful at times. Can be if you're looking for cameras at least. Let's see here. Where did Rocky Mountain House go? And do we have any cameras? We do have a camera. Okay. Well, we have some cameras to look at in Rocky Mountain House. Thanks, 511. I was at 4:47, so there it begins. Roughly 15 minutes ago. Any other cameras? Oh. Nice shot. I see. I was in trucker mode. Yeah, so Brennan just posted this in our team chat. This is Southern Ontario here. This is the smoke for tomorrow. Not great. Like from pretty much Aurelia, a little north of Aurelia to the west, all the way to Windsor, through the GTA, through Barrie. It looks rough for tomorrow. Blue Mountain, it all looks bad. Also with Blue Mountain, you're like up on the hill too, so you're even more up in it. You know? You see a 500 near Barrie? Yeah, there's a 465 right here. That's not great. So yeah, that's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Over here, you think it's pretty bad until you look at it says the max reading is 4,442. It must be over here somewhere. I see some 2,335s over here. This is kind of in the Thunder Bay area. That's bad. Anywho, just pull that there and pull this back to the team chat. Yeah, that looks bad. Oh boy. So we're still watching this rotating storm heading towards Rocky Mountain House. We're watching a couple of areas of minor rotation up towards Edson as well. And those storms are moving very slowly, so it makes it easy to keep an eye on them. Every time we go back, they've just shimmied slightly. Okay. We got some getting a little bit stronger towards Clarence Rockland area. An extreme eastern Ontario over here, right on the Quebec border. The storms are starting to pick it up a bunch. So absolutely maxed out environment versus the wildfire smoke is what we're dealing with here with this live stream. That is the battle happening. I'm sure a lot of people would agree that, yeah, wildfire smoke sucks, but if it can hinder violent tornado action, then there's some upside to it here. But in the grand scheme of things, wildfires are incredibly dangerous. And the smoke is going to affect people for years and years. So, I mean, if you inhale the smoke is my point. Yeah, tomorrow in Southern Ontario is a good day to stay inside and turn on the air filters. Still seeing that strong rotation tracking to the east towards Rocky Mountain House. We did minor rotation on it. It's kind of toggling back and forth between looking quite strong and somewhere in the middle, but the inflow right now is pretty wild on this storm. 113 kilometer an hour inflow into that storm right now. Mm-hmm. Like the Fort Mac wildfires. Yeah, those are wild. People are asking how does the smoke affect storm development? That's a good question.
Do I need to nerd out a little bit here for people?
Do you want to? You can go ahead. I was just going to say my simple take on it was just, you need like for extreme weather, you need this like perfect balance of ingredients, and you throw a bunch of smoke into that, and it's going to affect things. But I'm sure you have a much more detailed
Yeah, so
explanation.
generally, when you're getting a lot of smoke, you're creating like this layer that blocks a lot more heat from reaching the surface. Despite it already being a very warm day, it's actually not as warm as it could have been. So when the smoke doesn't get down to the surface and get that heating going, you're not going to get as much instability to create thunderstorms, even if you have the shear, the moisture. Without that surface heating, you're just not going to get the development.
That makes sense. Yeah, it works as inhibition, right? Someone said, why doesn't PEI have a radar? And so, I mean, there's a radar there's 3 radars around it. CASCM is the closest to it, and CASGO pretty much covers all of it. Yeah, so it does have a radar. It has CASGO in Gore, Nova Scotia. You don't actually want it to necessarily even have a radar right inside of Prince Edward Island, because everything around PEI would be too close to it. Like when you're really close to a radar, it's actually even worse than if you're kind of a little bit away from the radar. So the fact that this one down here covers it with a reasonable distance. Like, let me just measure this here. So from this radar up to PEI is 143 kilometers. Like, it's not great, but it'd probably be better than actually having a radar directly in PEI. But yeah, you got coverage. You got radar over here if this one ever goes down. And then you've obviously got CSGO. Again, it's not great, but it's still pretty good. Like for just general precipitation, it's fine. And that's the majority of what PEI deals with. Once in a blue moon, PEI sees like a water spout like we just saw, or, there have been isolated tornadoes that have gone through PEI, but it's pretty rare. Tornadoes are rare anyways, but they're extremely rare over there. A couple of pictures here northwest of Rocky Mountain House. We can go take a look at those. Thank you to whoever reported them. We appreciate it. I think we solved the oh, maybe not. Oh yeah, you know what? I wonder. I think for the most part we solved the rotation issue. It looks like this person might not have updated. Make sure you update your app. There's that storm from Clearwater County, Alberta. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Another shot of it from a distance. From a distance. Cool. That's a sweet shot. Look at that. That's pretty wild. That's the Rocky Mountain House storm from the top of the storm. A couple of little overshooting tops up here. Nothing too wild, but pretty decent. Wild. I mean, incredible photo though. Like this mountain range here, and then, or at least the foothills, right? And seeing that storm in the background, that's incredible. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. A big hail spike on that one now. This one's definitely got some broad rotation going on here. We went minor on that one and minor the one to the northwest of it as well, too. This is just northeast of Pembina Forks. The dashed line would be the severe thunderstorm watch, and then in here is actually a tornado watch. Areas just west of Edmonton.
And they have just expanded the tornado watch to include Rocky Mountain House.
Ah. So there it is. Yep, good call.
This is why Brennan and I have over 100 locations saved on the app.
That's a helpful thing. We should just bake it right into here, though. Then you don't have to have all those baked in. Although it is nice to know about them.
There's a different app. I won't say the name.
Brennan,
but
you're
it lets
so
you
quiet.
add. I know because I'm using my mic. Is that better?
That's a bit better, yeah.
Anyways, there's a different app that lets you add provinces, and you get all the notifications for that province. So maybe that's something we can consider.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah. Then you just add Ontario and then you just get every notification for that. That's cool. That'd be sweet. Kim Stevenson says 2.1.626. Correct. That is the latest 626 on Android and 625 on iPhone and iPad. Someone said the severe thunderstorm forecast ended for parts of New Brunswick. Oh, did they end it to the south? Interesting. I think we were only really expecting storms kind of in the north side of New Brunswick, but the environment was just so darn strong that if things really got going, it could be a problem. We have severe thunderstorm warning northeast of Ottawa. Just refresh that here. Amazing person says the Thunder Bay airport camera is black from the wildfire smoke. Looks like the middle of night over there. Yeah, we were just looking at it. It's rough. Pretty rough. Yeah, so severe thunderstorm warning just north. Quarter-size hail and heavy rain and damaging wind gusts from the Quebec office. And those storms are tracking to the southeast into Ontario. Probably worth a polygon. It's a polygon time. I'll add Clarence Rockland here just because that could develop. Now, the Sudbury storm's starting to fire. Brennan is just pointing out here. Yep. Uh-huh. Severe thunderstorm potential. That is under a severe thunderstorm warning in Quebec. Just about to track into extreme eastern Ontario. Damaging wind gusts, hail, isolated flooding, and frequent lightning are possible. Track to the southeast into extreme eastern Ontario. That looks good. All right. An hour and a half, maybe. Probably pretty good. Sending it. If you're in extreme eastern Ontario and you did not receive this notification that I just sent, you might not have our free app. And you might want to download it because we just updated it and it's running lightning fast. Oh, you got it? Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, that storm's starting to kick it up a notch. The one that's going to head into Eastern Ontario here. It says 11% tornado risk on it. I'm not seeing, although this is an interesting signature right here. Let's go to storm relative velocity. Huh. Let's see what it looks like from Franktown. Let's see what it looks like from KCXX. All right, so it's got some really strong winds in there from KCXX. Quite strong, actually. Could be a little bit of minor rotation in there when I look at it from Plainville. This little thing here is kind of concerning me a bit. Although it's not really. There's a couple little hints, little indents there. In one more frame, and I might go minor rotation on this one here. I might actually do it just on these little parts of the storm here. I think I will. Let me see exactly which way this is going. Oh, I got to do the thing on my wrist again. It's killing me already. Uh-oh, what have I done? Oh. That right there is interesting. We just got a radar update. I don't like tilt 2 on that one either. I think I'll do a little bit of... I'll do a minor rotation notification on this. From here to here. Yep. Yep. It's a polygon time. Moving quick. Okay. So what have I done to this polygon? There we go. Something like that seems pretty good. I'm keeping it pretty narrow. I'm going to open it up just a bit. I'm going to do minor rotation on that because I do see a bit there. 14 kilometers northwest of Hawkesbury. Let's just say over by Hawkesbury again. Moving southeast in from Quebec to extreme eastern Ontario. Okay. All right, looks good to me. That's blue, 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 blue. Send now. All right, let's go jump back over to Alberta. See what's going on over there. And we've got some pop-up storms happening up here in Sudbury. So far, they look boring on radar, but we do have a video over here of them. We can take a look at that. But they're going straight into the red zone here. So that could be a problem for folks in Algonquin Park. And then eventually into Eastern Ontario, we'll see. But based on the models, we should have more development right along this line through Petawawa, Pembroke, and into Ottawa. We'll see. Everywhere else, tons of inhibition, all blue. You're good. This is one of those situations where I need two windows. One, I'll leave in Alberta. Somebody decided to... Aha! Brennan's going to like this. So now we have a questionnaire. When you click on tornado, right? When you click on tornado, it says, did you witness a tornado? Did someone tell you about a tornado? Did you receive a tornado alert? And so as you can see right here in the name of this report, this person didn't report a tornado from Edmonton. They reported that they got an alert. And I think they're referring to the tornado watch that's just west of them. So no strike for them. Tornado report sources. I received a tornado alert. Yeah, I see. Which doesn't make any sense because their location actually isn't in the tornado watch. But anyways, it just from whatever app they have, just sent it out basically probably to everybody in Edmonton. Quite a big, broad rotation on that storm. Big, chunky hail core. I wonder what Environment Canada's warning on that one says now. Says loony to ping pong ball size hail. And based on this hail core, maybe even more, who knows, but that's a beast of a core. Big hail spike out the backside of it as well, too. This one heading towards Rocky Mountain House has got a ridiculous core on it as well. I wonder what size hail it's saying for that. Ping pong ball. I don't know. This one has even higher values. Let's see here. 70 dBz, 72.6 dBz. No, I think Teresa's right. I think there is, for those who are using the original app style, it looks like there may be a bug with the new version of the app. The new version of the app works fine, but the old version of the app that we baked into it looks like there might be a bug with that. So we're going to have to push out an update quick to tackle that one. Our apologies for that. If you go into the settings and you go to weather page style and you click updated, you can use the new version of the app. It works fine. So we're going to have to tackle that. Our apologies. All right, let's see here. What day is it? It is Tornado Tuesday, July 14th. All right. Again, the good thing about these storms in Alberta is that they're moving very slowly. So that makes it easier to pay attention to them. Oh, so much for me having one radar for Alberta and one for, there we go. I can use this one. Okay, one radar for Alberta. Nice thing about Instant Weather Pro is it's a website. So you can have that tab there and this tab here. There we go. There's a lot on this screen. I need to get rid of some of the stuff. It's too much. It's just too busy. No, we didn't fix that yet. It's too light. We'll work on that. Yeah, so this is now moving into Ontario from the Grenville area. A little bit of minor rotation on there, but nothing too substantial. It might be a bit of noise, actually. Petite Joe says, lightning just struck a block away from my house in East End, Montreal. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Let's go take a peek at what's happening over here in Quebec. Okay. All right. Okay. This one's actually pretty decent down here. Or at least so the percentage would say. 17% tornado risk on that cell. What? Not seeing it. That's a little bit over the top, I think. All right. All right. Let's go take a look at Eastern Ontario again. Still relatively boring. I think the percentages are decent, though. Let's see. 4% tornado risk on that cell. Still severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like they did issue the severe thunderstorm warning. They extended it into Ontario on that storm. To clarify, Russell, Castleman, Clarence, Rockland area right now. Just because there's a severe thunderstorm warning over you doesn't mean that storm is anywhere near you. You're just included because of the county-based alert system that still exists. Let's jump into community reports here. Last hour, you got 45 of them. This is interesting. Let's see here. That's from Clearwater County. We got another photo from a few minutes ago from 516 in Alberta here. Let's open up that photo. Looks like it's taken from the passenger side based on the reflections. I appreciate that. I hope it's taken from the passenger side. If it's actually taken from you driving, then please pull over safely if you're going to take photos. We don't want anybody sending us photos while they're driving, but it kind of looks like your passenger side. We'll see. You can really see the orange. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the reason it's orange when there's forest fire smoke in the air is because all of the smoke particles actually block the blue light. So the only thing that comes through is the red light, basically, and that's why it looks orange. It's kind of the same thing that happens at what they call golden hour when the sun is setting, because it's not just pointing straight down from above, because it's pointing from the side. It has to go through everything close to the surface, all the particles, all the dust and dirt and everything close to the surface. It has to go through that, and all of those particles block out the blue light, and that's why when the sun is setting, everything gets really orange, just like it does when there's fire smoke in the air. Mm-hmm. This is a shot from Colby B. Kind of a little bit blurry there, but thank you for the shot. Appreciate it from Clearwater County. Again, please do not drive and take photos at the same time. Pretty, please. Mm-hmm. We need merchandise that says it's a polygon time. It's a polygon time. That hail core looks like it's going straight for Rocky Mountain House. That's going to be a problem for Rocky Mountain House for sure. Yeah, cells are starting to pop up Pembroke to Sudbury, as the models said they would. Going to continue to take a peek at some stuff in Alberta here, and then we'll jump back to Ontario and see that new development. And so Cynthia area could see some big-time hail. Looks like the stuff towards Edson has actually weakened. But the stuff heading towards Rocky Mountain House right now looks pretty rough. Let's check cameras from 511. Might be the storm coming in over the hill there. Yeah. Oh. Here we go. Brand new storm development. Looks like storms are popping. Regardless of the fact that there's wildfire smoke in the area, the storms are popping. The question is how strong will it get with the wildfire smoke? We'll see. Excuse me. Miss Harley Quinn says, good. Penguin says, which parts of New Brunswick? Miramichi? I want to take a look at Eastern Ontario here first, and then I'll go take a look at New Brunswick. Got to make our way across the country as we track storms across the country. Ducky says, I'm loving the new update. Instead weather. I kind of like instead weather. I kind of like that as an alternative. Instead weather. That's great. Instead weather. You can have this weather instead of this weather. Welcome to instead weather. Did you say instant weather? No, we said instead weather. Where sometimes you get this instead of that. Don't forget to drink water. Thank you, Shauna. Yawn, stand up time. I'll stretch it out time. There we go. I'll sit up slightly. Ducky says, sorry, damn autocorrect. No, I like it. I think it's great. Instead weather. New branding. Let's make an announcement. We've rebranded from instant to instead. I think that's great. Instead weather. When you want good weather instead of bad weather. Genius. Big hail spike, rotation, continuing towards Rocky Mountain House, moving slowly. Instead weather, sweet. I like it. Weather instead. How can I share a photo of my area? I have a great view of the forest area directly west of Rocky. Chelsea, a couple different ways. One is if you're on Facebook, you can share it through Alberta Storm Reports. It's our Facebook group. So go on Facebook and search for Alberta Storm Reports. That's a great place to share it so everybody can see it. Additionally, you can download our free app. It is called Instant Weather, not Instead Weather, but Instant Weather for now. And so we rebrand it to Instead Weather. But as of right now, it's called Instant Weather. Download it, click the report button, and then you can click the camera button. You can actually film or take a photo right inside of the app, hit submit, and then I'll see it pop up on the screen, just like this photo here, northwest of Nordegg. And I click photo, and boom, that's that photo we saw from before. And I'm able to see it just like this on the screen, or go full screen as well. So you can do Facebook, or instead, you can do through the app, or both. Why not both? Adam having the yawns is calming my storm anxiety. It's all going to be good because he's watching. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. You know what, though? I've yawned in the middle of like extreme tornado stuff, so I wouldn't just base the yawning on if things are okay. But it probably does help. I mean, it's probably a reasonable sign if I'm yawning. I might not be that excited. The storms are starting to pop over here near Lake Nipissing, West Nipissing areas. 8% tornado risk on them, probably mainly because of the environment. So far, I'm not seeing a lot of rotation on them, though. Close to the surface, or at least at the lowest tilt of radar. That's a good sign. This might be, all this smoke might be the thing that stops these from going absolutely gangbusters. That would be good. I don't like the look of this, though. That's still looking quite strong, and that was in our minor rotation polygon here. It's quite a distance from the storm, though, so it could be maybe some side lobe contamination. It's hard to say for sure, but there's a bit of a strong signature there. So there could be some pretty strong winds there, maybe a little bit of rotation. This is going to be northeast of Alexandria, tracking to the southeast.
We got orange level warning for Rocky Mountain House now.
I bet you it's mainly hail, and probably because of the rotation, but I think it's mainly a hail thing. Oh, you can see it pulsing there. We got orange pulsing here. Oh, they're getting a phone call here. Oh, boy. Give me just a second. Okay, I have found out some good news that may affect everyone here because of how my mood is going to be. So that may affect everyone in this live stream. And that great news is that dinner's ready. So I'm going to go grab it. Or dinner's here already. I don't know if I think we might have ordered dinner. It's great news. It's fantastic news. Again, it might affect everybody here because I might be less grumpy. I might be less cranky. Less hangry, ultimately, really. Rocky Mountain House, I know that thing's moving slow, but you probably want to get ready for it because it's going to be big time hail, and there is rotation in that storm. So let me know in the comments what you're eating for dinner so that I can read it when I return. But I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm just going to grab my dinner. And then I'm going to do my classic eating on the stream and hopefully you don't hear anything with noise cancellation. I'm going to do it now proactively. I'm going to crank my noise there. You can't get any noise more cancel-y than this. The voice will come through clear, but all the background noise should be absolutely clean. Let's see here. Adam, the storms are going into Rocky Mountain House because they are slow. Could that mean they're worse because they suck up the environment more, or does that not matter? The only thing that sucks about them being slow is that it's just going to be a longer period of time for hail to fall. And if they're moving quickly, the hail falls quick and then they're gone. But it looks like there's just going to be hail falling and falling and falling and falling in Rocky Mountain House. If this holds up as it looks like it will, we'll see. Orange severe thunderstorm warning now for Environment Canada. The fact that it's got rotation in there too is a bit concerning. A big hail spike. So that's the part that sucks. Flooding and hail damage potentially exacerbated because of the fact that it's moving slow. So that could be a problem. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go over that. Brennan, mind throwing a little banner on the screen? I'll be back in 2 seconds. In fact, throw a little banner. Let's do my classic one and only song. Oh, look at you being fancy with your new updates to the admin map there. All right, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks.
Storm has passed, the time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet.
Okay, I have returned. I've returned. I've returned. Turns out my intel was wrong and dinner is not ready. I bit of miscommunication there. I will have to wait. How's everybody doing? We all right? Everybody okay? Okay. Colby B with some photos here. Colby, it kind of looks like you're filming and driving. I sure hope you're not. Maybe you're using a window dash cam. If that's the case, please let us know. But it kind of looks like you're filming there. This is from Rocky Mountain House. What a shot. Wow. That is a brilliant shot there. Look at way down here. That's what I'm really interested in, way down here. That is amazing, actually. Can I get any closer? I don't think so. Need to figure out a way that we can actually zoom this in so we can actually really. I'll just put my head closer. Cool. Some really low hanging, looks like some low hanging scud there. It's hard to see. I'm going to see if I can open this up in the background. I can open it up in the background. I'm going to zoom in on it. Whoa. Wonder if I can bring this up on the stream. Quite. If you look right at the bottom of that storm, some interesting features on that one. Huh. That storm is a bit concerning. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, let's go back to Ontario and see how those storms are developing. Take a quick peek at this one here south of Edson. Big grumpy hail core on this thing, heading up towards Cynthia, Alberta. Edson's got a little bit of minor rotation in there. Might have to extend that polygon pretty soon. That one's moving a little faster than I thought it was. And that was that one. Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Hmm. Oh my goodness. I gotta put on Do Not Disturb. I do have Do Not Disturb on. Why is it dinging so much? Stop with the dinging. Can't take it. Good Lord. What am I seeing? That's crazy. I just saw a crazy video of the forest fires there in northwestern Ontario. Oh boy. Hmm. All right, let's go back over to Ontario. See what's happening in eastern Ontario right now. Extreme eastern Ontario. The storms move pretty quick, right? They just flew down there, basically right into Quebec and pretty much out of Ontario. Or I guess they are out of Ontario now. Yeah, because this is the Ontario border right here. So those storms are out of Ontario now. However, there's more development over here near Algonquin Park and up by Sudbury or east of Sudbury. I don't like the hook echo on this thing. 4% tornado risk on it. Again, without the wildfire smoke, that hook echo might be actually worse. It's tracking to the southeast towards Powassan area, Nipissing. The West Nipissing storm looks like a lot of lightning and heavy rain, but nothing too wild. Again, this one doesn't really look that strong. It does have kind of a hook to it, but not seeing too much on low level of radar there. Looks like that pretty grumpy storm did go through Montreal. Montreal. We'll go take a look at New Brunswick as well too, and then wiggle our way back to the west. Mm. Yes. What is it? OPP posted about this, so it's OPP 2 hours ago said 3 trains carrying combustible and flammable materials were stopped and staged in Allen Water subdivision near Collins, Ontario, due to wildfire activity. While there is no immediate threat to public safety, emergency responders, emergency management partners, railway officials, and other responding agencies are working together to assess conditions and support ongoing public safety measures. As a reminder, stay away from the affected area and do not enter the railway corridor. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I was sharing that with Cole because he was the one that shared the
That video?
footage from inside a train of flames like right next to the train. So
That
I
was
I
horrifying.
mentioned that I had read that there were trains stopped.
Yeah. No, I was watching that video too. That's why I was interested to see what happened there. But then somebody said there's explosives on it, which is that's
And
not good.
unfortunately, the town of Collins, which is where the trains were staged, was lost to the fire.
Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Our thoughts are with all those affected by the wildfires. Rocky Mountain House still looking like you're getting a big time hailstorm. I don't know if Rocky Mountain House directly is going to get hit by the strongest part of that, but Bemi says, "Is there going to be a tornado then? Where? Oh, thank you, Northern Spirit. I'll check it out." Brenda, I don't know what you're saying. You said open and close. Which one? Is Edmonton going to go storm tonight? It's possible. Let's see what Environment Canada said on that orange level severe thunderstorm warning. Golf ball to tennis ball sized hail, but possibly heading into Rocky Mountain House right now. That could be a problem for them. I see Northern Spirit. Thank you. The top of that storm. Thank you. It's sideways, but I see it. The new version of the app, by the way, fixes it should fix the sideways photo thing. This is from Rocky Mountain House 2 minutes ago. Still from that shot. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That was a grumpy looking storm. Big time hail core in there. Whoa, here's from North Bay. Look how orange it is up there. Wow. It is pretty orange from all that wildfire smoke. This was from Rocky Mountain House. And you can really see a lowering here, maybe a bit of a wall cloud. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Hmm. This was from North Bay. Pretty orange there as well too. Yeah. I guess we just saw that from North Bay earlier. That was also quite orange. And that's from Mattawa. Thank you for that report. Thank you everybody for your reports. I really appreciate it. All right. Okay. I'm going to try to do this again where I leave this one here. Is that going to go right into Rocky Mountain House? We'll see. I have a feeling the strongest part of the hail might actually miss Rocky Mountain House. But we'll see. We will see. A lot of places look like Mars right now. That is right. I'm totally blind and can't see the map. Is there any risk of thunderstorms in Halifax, Nova Scotia tonight? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Can somebody double check on the app to see what's going on for Halifax tonight? Well, percentages on our hooking storm have changed. 20% tornado risk now on that cell. What does velocity look like? Velocity looks pretty boring. That's really interesting. Must be some elevated rotation in that or something. And the North Bay storm there also looks pretty boring. Like tilt 1 is not exciting on these storms. Maybe tilt 2. Let's see. Tilt 3, tilt 4, tilt 5, tilt 6, tilt 7, tilt 8, 9, 10. Hmm. Just looking at these Quebec storms. Quebec was expected to be a lot more significant, but the wildfire smoke seems to be mitigating that. We'll see if that's going to be the case here with these storms coming down from North Bay. So far, I feel like, I just by looking at that hook here, I would have thought to have seen something more interesting on velocity, but I'm just seeing velocity just looks absolutely boring on these storms. So we'll see what exactly is going to happen with them as they track southeast towards Algonquin Park. And this one tracks southeast towards the Pembroke area. We got to see how Squirrel Depot is doing. Squirrel Depot, so far so good. Might get a bit wet there. That's interesting down here. Oh, looks like my dinner is ready now. Ooh, grilled cheese. I like grilled cheese. I totally missed all of what you guys are eating. So let me know again what you're eating. I'm gonna grab my grilled cheese. I can't even say it. I'm so excited. My grilled cheese, and I will bring it back, and I will eat it and look at storms. So I'll be back in a. Ooh, now that velocity is getting a lot more interesting here. That's from Brit, so that's actually pretty far away. Let's see what it looks like from Franktown. Okay. Not as exciting from Franktown, but still worth keeping an eye on those storms. But those ones up here by North Bay are looking interesting. So I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm just going to go grab my dinner. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And this is the grilled cheese. Oh, that's nice. Onions in it. Delicious. Mmm, so good. Got some Costco Kirkland cheese in there. Mmm. Yum, 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 yum. North Bay? I think North Bay's pretty much fine. There is that storm coming in from the west. Storm leaving to the east. I guess this will affect North Bay. So it could be something. So far right now, it's I do have a severe thunderstorm warning on it, but doesn't look too wild on radar. But lots of lightning, gusty winds. Thank you, Sandala. That's how you pronounce your name. This one's looking interesting down here, south of Mattawa. Got a little something going on. Bit of a wall cloud being reported northwest of Lodgepole, Alberta. Vibrating there. A little bit of inflow right here on the Mattawa storm. Some strong values in there, actually, from the Franktown one, too. All right, let's go back to Alberta really quick here. Oh, I think I have another tab for that. Finally remembered. This is the one with a reported wall cloud right there. Yep. Yeah, wall cloud on that one being reported. I think that's probably worth a polygon. It's a polygon time. Pretty slow, so I'll just do another little polygon again. Southeast of Edson, tracking to the northeast.
Adam, when you get a sec, can you fix your Zoom?
Oh, yeah. Fix my zoom. Northeast at 39 kilometers an hour. Oh, I do need to go to I'll say rotation detected. Northeast at 39 kilometers an hour. I'll also put a trained spotter has reported a rotating wall cloud with this storm as well. And that's at 6:15. I'm going to go orange, and I'm going to send that now. To how many people? 63. Oh, I see. That part of my Zoom. I get it now. Okay. Yeah, so some rotation detected down here. Southeast of Edson. Still watching that storm tracking towards Rocky Mountain House. Got a little bit of a hook on it now. It's still trying to move kind of to the east, maybe almost to the southeast towards Congressbury. Power just flickered hard, says Northern Spirit. Thank you. Good. And more storms up here southeast of Grand Prairie. And some rotation in there too. West of Fox Creek. Heading right towards Fox Creek. That's going. It's a polygon time. Yeah, it's definitely happening. Into Fox Creek. I'll say possibly into Fox Creek because it could change. Possibly into Fox Creek. That's at 618. Gonna go orange on that one and send it out to our friends in Fox Creek. Any idea if we'll be okay to keep windows open overnight in North Bay? Smoke is going to be pretty rough. So I probably think keeping the windows closed would be a good idea. Air filters on. Hmm. Meatloaf, cheese, and broccoli. Nice. Okay. Head back over to Ontario and Quebec, and then we'll take a peek at New Brunswick as well too. We cover weather across Canada because that's what we do. Our apologies if it's a bit frustrating when we're covering a different province. But let's think of this as one country, you know? And we cover this particular country. Cheese curd and female bacon burgers. That sounds amazing, Crystal. Look at North Bay. It looks interesting. I wonder if there's a camera there we can see. There is. This is from the North Bay Airport. Somebody needs to wipe these cameras, please. If you work at the North Bay Airport, you could wipe these cameras. That'd be great because they look like they're covered in dirt. Cool shot. Actually, if somebody could phone the North Bay Airport and ask them to clean them, that'd be sweet. But do it very, very kindly. Matt says it could be ash messing with the cameras. Maybe. I bet you there's cameras around here that are also in the wildfire smoke that don't look this bad. You know? You know? Let's see. How about this one? Perfectly clear. No, I don't think it's ash. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. No. Other cameras that have the exact same amount of smoke right now are clear as day. It just looks like the cameras just haven't been wiped in a long time. Thank you. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull these up. Okay. I'm just checking the North Bay cameras. Both of them look smoky. You can't see much. But they do not look anywhere close to what we saw before. I can actually show you them here. You can see them here. They're clear. It's just there's just not much to see storm wise. I don't like this. But it looks way better from Franktown. It looks horrifying from Britt though. But it's right on the edge of radar, so can't really leverage that data. Interesting. Take a quick peek at Quebec. Not much to see. How's our friends in New Brunswick doing? Storms look pretty boring. I think smoke really mitigated a lot of the risk for New Brunswick. These storms look decent up in the North Bay area. I'll have to watch how they develop. Definitely some hail in there. Could see some hail in southeastern North Bay right now. some decent percentages on them. We'll just have to see if they continue to strengthen as they move to southeast, or if maybe the smoke is actually going to mitigate their overall severe risk. Good. Like we got some new videos from Rocky Mountain House on that storm. Still seeing some rotation in there. Still seeing some rotation southeast of Edson. At least the last time I looked. Let me see. Yeah, it's broad, but it's there. And that up there as well, too. Rotation up towards Fox Creek, was it? Yeah. Yeah, a little bit on that one. Let's go look at some reports. Here's Rocky Mountain House. That's the low-hanging wall cloud there. I'm sad. I'm on my fourth piece of grilled cheese. How's Ottawa looking? Could be interesting. We'll have to see. Storms are definitely heading that way. Thank you, XO Piece. Appreciate it. Yeah, that looks interesting. So does that. Both of these lowerings on that Rocky Mountain House storm look interesting. Thank you for that report. Another one there from the same person. One from Brazeau County. Thank you. I see from near Drayton Valley. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. That's not too far from that rotating storm there. Misty said, we made egg salad sandwiches for our storm watching in North Bay. Sounds delicious. Allison says, what about the Thousand Islands area? It kind of reminds me of Thousand Islands dressing. But let me double check. Thousand Islands area. Thousand Islands. In Nova Scotia? Can you let me know? Is there like a town nearby?
They probably mean like down near Kingston.
Oh, okay. Tracy says, still really hot here in Winnipeg. My poor plants are not happy. I'm sure they're not. Keep them watered. That should help. Shauna says, so only pro people can see the pics and videos. Nobody can see the pics and videos except for our admin map here. But we are going to work on a way to make it so you can see the videos and photos through the app. Michael says, love the new app update and being able to see all the watches and warnings. Yeah, so we made it so everybody can see the watches and warnings, not just if you're a pro. Not just if you subscribe. Anybody, even with the free app, can now see the watches and warnings on the map. And if you want to turn them off, there's just little warning icon. It's like the orange triangle with the exclamation mark. If you just tap that, it'll turn them off. If you tap that, it'll turn it back on. Okay. I'm done with that for now. South of Mattawa. Yeah, let me take a look at that storm. This one's still definitely rotating southeast of Edson. And the Fox Creek storm we're a bit concerned with as well. And the Rocky Mountain House storm. Somebody's saying, what does a wall cloud mean on the Rocky Mountain House storm? And usually wall cloud is low-hanging rotation. Is usually what it means. Sometimes it can just be a wall cloud, and that's it. And it never does anything else. Sometimes a wall cloud turns into a funnel. Sometimes a funnel turns into a tornado. So it doesn't necessarily mean for sure it's going to be anything, but if you see a low-hanging thing from the cloud and it's starting to rotate, those are initial signs here. Obviously, we're seeing rotation here, and we're getting reports of some pretty low-hanging stuff on those storms. I'm going to do a rotation polygon on this one. Right? It's heading right into Congressbury, Bury. I'm going to go check on that Mattawa storm right after. Like that, I think is probably good. The strongest part of the storm did miss Rocky Mountain House. So that's good news for them, although it's pretty darn close with that hail core. Minor rotation and large hail detected. Southeast at 13 kilometers an hour, moving slow. I'm just going to say slowly to the southeast. To the east southeast. $34 looks good. Continue with orange, and let's go 2 hours. Sending it now. Okay. All right, let's go and take a look at the Mattawa storm. Yeah, those storms are just going through the North Bay area. Looking pretty grumpy as they track to the southeast. They've all got really high values estimated on their potential to get stronger. Very high values. 74% total severe risk, 69% severe hail risk, 9% tornado, and 26% severe wind on that cell. What about this one? This one's probably even higher. 82% severe hail, 9% tornado, 31% severe wind, overall 82 severe. That is a pretty grumpy looking storm. And then there's this one over here too. It's just southeast of North Bay. And it's 9% tornado, 86% severe hail, 34% severe wind. And so lots of potential. Machine learning is very excited about these storms. Will they actually get anything done here as far as severe, damage and severe hail is concerned? But it's possible. But as far as the rotation is concerned, it's still looking pretty tame. This one is 14% tornado risk, 40% severe hail. We'll see what happens. I'll see how this develops as time goes on. Very strong up top. extremely strong winds up top, higher up in the storm. But will that translate to strong winds at the surface? It's hard to tell. We will find out, won't we? Matt says, folks in Alberta, he just went to Ontario. He's been on Alberta for 20 minutes. Well, Alberta's got the most interesting looking storms right now. I'm not trying to do favoritism here. I just go where the strong storms are. That's the ones I want to really pay attention to, right? I go where the storms go. Where the storms take me, that's where I go. If that's not your backyard, I'm sorry. Really strong storm here, just about to pass into New York State, I believe. Yeah, just about to leave Montreal, southeast of Montreal and pass into New York State near North Troy, New York. And that one is really ramping up hard. As soon as it's leaving Canada, that's when it's starting to just go super duper strong, of course. Let's check out KCXX on this one. Mm-hmm. People in Pembroke are talking about that storm. Yeah, I mean, it's southwest of Pembroke at the moment, and it's moving to the southeast. I'm sure you can see a lot of lightning from Pembroke at the moment, but this one up here near Lake Traverse, that one may affect Pembroke more. And there's all these ones back here near North Bay, southeast of North Bay. North Bay itself is probably fine. Yeah, North Bay's fine. It's areas to the southeast of North Bay and south and southeast of North Bay that are going to be seeing these strong storms. They look pretty strong. Algonquin Park, looking pretty darn strong here. There's photos from Mattawa. I want to go see. There was a video from Rocky Mountain House. I don't know why I went completely sideways there, but thank you for the report. Appreciate it. That's a heck of a shot of that hail core falling down. Storm actually looks fairly elevated, except for whatever's happening over here to the right. That's Hamilton. We did have. Oh, there's Mattawa. That was from earlier around 8:06 Eastern, and you can see that lowering on that storm. Thank you, appreciate it. Great report. Thank you for the report, or thank you for that suggestion. AAYAN. I already lost your report. Oh, there we go. I'll definitely look into it. All right. Back to life, back to reality. I forgot my noise canceling is cranked. So whatever beatboxing I just did probably just got completely lost. I had my I'm eating dinner noise canceling on. I'll turn that down now. This is probably better. Try to keep the I'm eating dinner noise canceling to a maximum. Big hail in Bonfield. Thank you so much, Sandy. Or Sandila? Sandila? Sandala? Do I know approximately what time it's going to hit Edmonton? I don't know. I'm not sure. We can take a peek. Oh, wait. I have another radar for that. Nope. I left that one here. All right. This one we'll travel with. Just a quick jaunt across the country. Ooh, I forgot I had everything on 20 times speed. That's a bit much. There we go. Let's try that again. Actually, while we're at it, we'll just... if Edmonton's going to get hit, maybe around 10:30 local time. Mm-hmm. Mm. That's an odd pulsing. You're experimenting with this a bit, I think. I think it's gone bananas. It does work, though. I don't know why it's pulsing back and forth, though. That's strange. There we go. Yeah, we gotta tweak that a bit. All right, so yeah, Edmonton could see some stuff later on this evening. We'll see. Let's go back to raw radar here. Already saw that report. That hail tracking southeast of Rocky Mountain House looking pretty grumpy. Hail wall cloud rotation. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Saw that one. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't give you a sneeze alert on that one. That was a sneeze land spout. So we couldn't see it on radar. It just kind of happened. It was just all we could do with reports with that one. That was a sneeze report. Thank you. Did we cover the fires? Yeah, we just took a look at them and they looked wild and northwestern. There's fires in different, obviously, places, but the ones in northwestern Ontario near Thunder Bay here are looking pretty nasty. Check this out. Fire, 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 fire. You can tell it's a fire because it's not going anywhere. That's not good. That is not great. I hope everybody in northwestern Ontario is okay from that one. I was looking for Algonquin. Those storms look pretty grumpy. I'm a bit concerned with what they're going to do as they track through Algonquin. Hmm. Yeah, the smoke tomorrow looks ridiculous for Ontario. Smoke right now in Thunder Bay has got to be rough. Hail heading right into Fox Creek, it looks like. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. A Cinnaboya. Okay. Continue to watch. That Fox Creek one looks pretty grumpy. Let's go take a look at Algonquin Park here. Just want to take a look, take a quick look here at the one southeast of Edson. Still seeing some rotation on that one. And quite a hill core northwest of Cynthia there. Yeah, the Congressbury one definitely see some strong values in there. 91 kilometers an hour east of Strachan in Alberta. South, basically just south of Rocky Mountain House. That one is a bit of a problem. And we hope everybody's staying safe with that one. Oh, the tools he is using on the stream don't reflect what is on my app. What's on your app? Are you using Instant Weather Pro? I'm using Instant Weather Pro here right now, which is available through the app. There's an idea we're experimenting, by the way, with, and we have to continue to run the numbers on it to see if it's feasible, but I think it might be doable. And so this is not a guarantee, but we might be able to make it so that you can watch, like when you're in, when you're in a video game on like your iPhone or something, and they say like, do you want to unlock a bunch of rubies? I'm just using an example, something my mother-in-law plays. But do you want to unlock a bunch of rubies? And they're like, you can either buy the rubies or you can watch these 3 ads and then like 3 quick little full screen ads. And then when you're done, they unlock the rubies, right? And so that's normally just a thing for games. But I've been doing some research into it, and I think we might be able to have it so that you watch like 3 quick little, they're like 10, 15-second ads. There's like 3 15-second ads in a row. That's what it seems like from the 2 little tests I did. It seemed like 3 little, and then, and then that gives us a few cents. Whereas normally an ad view is like a fraction of a penny, right? But like it adds up over time to some degree. But so basically it's called a rewarded ad. And so there might be a way that we can basically just like let people have like a half an hour of Instant Weather Pro for free. They can unlock 30 minutes of Instant Weather Pro by watching like 3 15-second full screen ads. So let me know in the comments, would that interest you to be able to? I thought it'd be cool. Like we can't unlock it forever, right? But every 30 minutes it'll go, your time has ran out. Do you want to watch another 3 15-second ads and continue? And so in theory, anybody could have access to Instant Weather Pro, whether you subscribe or whether you just watch some ads. What do you think? Would that be cool? Now, again, I don't know if the numbers work out for sure. We have to make sure that the numbers work out. But if the numbers work out, I think it'd be really cool. I think it'd be awesome. I think eventually you're going to watch 750 ads and then you're going to snap and you're probably either going to stop using it or you're going to subscribe. That's how I would do. I'd be like, okay, I can't take it anymore. I can't take this every half an hour. But I think it's kind of cool because some people might just want to use it like, hey, there's a strong storm coming towards me. Let me watch 3 quick ads. I can get access to this for half an hour. I can check I can check to see what the percentages are. Okay, 18% tornado risk on this one, Like I think that's kind of useful. It'd be really cool. And we have to make sure our servers can handle it because we have to, obviously we're expecting X amount of users who are using Pro, and that's a fairly small percentage of our overall community and our overall app users, right? But I have a feeling if all of a sudden that became free just by watching some ads, then I have a feeling, those numbers could rise dramatically, right? So we have to take that into account and then run the numbers. But so far it looks kind of promising. Like I think it's doable. So I think that would be pretty sweet, right? Everybody seems to be pretty happy with that idea in the comments. I like this idea. I'd be interested just for a trial to see if I'd like to buy it. That's a good point too. I was thinking that too. It's like we don't have like a free trial for Instant Weather Pro, right? But you just watch 3 ads and you get a little free trial, and then you can decide if I don't want to watch the ads anymore. I just want to have it, kind of thing, right? I think it'd be cool. It'd be sweet if we could do it. I apologize in advance for you having to watch. So far, I've done it 2 times, and I think it's because it's mostly video games. Every single ad inside of it was a video game. It was like, this thing where you move some sticks and all these balls fall, and then like all the classic like video game ads. So all I've seen so far is video game ads for it because I have a feeling this is kind of a novel idea for like the weather app space. But I don't know. I think it'd be cool if it works. Like and to clarify, the first ad it did give us a few cents. So as long as that stays somewhat the same, that if you take the $99 Instant Weather Pro is for the year and you divide it by 12 months and you divide it by 31 days, and then divide it by, or if you just divide it by 52 weeks and then divide that by, there's a lot of dividing going on. And in theory, it's worth a few cents per half an hour window. So if it equals out to somewhat the same price, then I think it's doable. Anyways, I digress. I've been yammering on about that for a while I look at radar. I just think that would be a really cool idea. And I think it'd be sweet if we could have it. And just like we have just updated the app where everybody can now have all of these warning polygons and stuff through all across the US and all across Canada. It's just on there for free for everybody. And by the way, if you tap on it, you'll see actually the details, and you can click the info button and read all the details too. I don't know if people realize that if you actually tap on the radar, on the new free radar, on our free app, that you can actually see all the details for the warnings now as well. And you can see our custom polygons in there too. Like this, you'll be able to see this right now. I want to make sure. Or am I just saying these things, or does it actually exist? I'm going to find out right now. Okay. I have it on Instant Weather Pro. All right. By the way, Instant Weather Pro runs so much better. So much better in the app now. Okay, so I see the alerts. What was my question? Oh, can I see the custom polygons? Okay. Oh, you can. Look at that. There you go. Yeah, you can see the custom polygons right there. Custom polygon around Edson. Built right into the app now, which is sweet. Cool. I just noticed that I didn't have radar, but then I just closed the app and reopened it, and I have radar. So if that ever happens to you, just close the app and reopen it. How is that showing up on? I have green screen on. How come you can see the green? That doesn't make any sense at all. Is it because it's dark green? But you should be able to see through the phone to the background. Oh, I know why. Because I don't have the background image on right now. So that's why you can see it. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. Who cares? All right, moving on. Someone said I heard that Benalto had a tornado touchdown 30 minutes ago. I haven't seen a tornado touchdown report. Has anybody else seen one?
I have not seen anything either.
No, we haven't seen a touchdown report yet. But if you know something we don't, please let us know.
Now, keep in mind, there's also a lot of eyes on the Rocky Mountain House storm and the Edson storm. So
That's
I
right.
don't imagine any of the train spotters would have missed anything.
Yeah, I agree. Probably, if there was something going on over there, we'd probably know about it. Take a look at this Pembroke storm. From a distance, these Algonquin Park storms look pretty nasty. Especially right there. Oh, but that's far away from precipitation, so that's so weird. I don't know. They're pretty noisy. It's hard to tell, but the percentage is still quite high on them. But again, we're kind of in the. Is the smoke gonna mitigate the severe thunderstorm risk here? We'll see.
I wanted to raise something that Dave Matthew mentioned on my post.
Before you do,
said-
Brendan, before you do, sorry, I just want to say, how
Yep.
did you? How do you sound so much better? Did you switch to your microphone?
Yeah, I switched my mic. So I was using
It's
my
like-
MacBook earlier.
It's like night and day. Anyway, sorry, go on.
He said those storms could spark off new lightning-related fires in that area.
Oh.
So that could be a concern.
How is it up there? Is it dry? Alana, do you know what the fire risk is in that area right now?
The fire risk up there, when I checked earlier, wasn't as bad. The extreme risk was up in northwestern Ontario, but I'm going to pull it up real quick and let you know.
Okay, cool. Brendan, how come your pro looks so much cooler than mine with the yellow background? Did you
I played
all you
with
do
the
is
settings.
what? Okay, well,
I'll send you
take
my
a screenshot of those
settings
settings
Mhm.
and take a screenshot of those settings and we'll make it like a default on and off switch for that look because that look is super cool with the radar above the fill. I've got all this. I need to get rid of this. I got all this SPC meso analysis. It's just junking up my view. That's better. I don't know. I like this view. I got to add the gray map for you, though. I know. We added a light map, but it's garbage, so we need to add a better gray map. We're still using Mapbox here, so we have to upgrade to the new version, which is actually not using Mapbox.
So taking a look at the Sudbury North Bay area, it's mostly a high risk on a
What
scale.
color is that? Like an orange?
It's yellow. So their scale they use is low, moderate, high, extreme.
Yeah.
Now there is a decent pocket of extreme to the west of Sudbury, which kind of would include like Espanola and going north up. Sorry, I'm just zooming in here to figure out what else is included. And they're not going to give me any town names. But yeah, so that's just going to be to the west of Sudbury. So there, you could see some sparks, but the greatest concern is definitely in far northwestern to the west and northwest of Thunder Bay.
Okay. By the way, do you see this on here? Look, suspicious media. Classifier flagged this media as potentially synthetic, edited, old, or mismatched. Interesting. I'm going to go look at that in the background here. And that's a photo from the Rocky Mountain House storm. And now those things aren't perfect as far as nailing, but it's kind of a good little heads up sometimes to have that. Interesting.
By the way, I put those settings in the chat.
Oh. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
It's also being brought to my attention that there's been a lot of confusion with what's going on in Alberta tonight in regards to the tornado watch. So just to reiterate, there is a tornado watch, meaning that the conditions could be there for the severe storms when they reach the area, possibly producing a tornado. It is not a tornado warning. So there's no currently any storms that are producing a tornado or imminently producing a tornado, just to be clear there.
Yeah, this image is weird from Clearwater County. Somehow, this is strange. It's a drone shot. How did someone stuff a drone shot in through the app somehow? So the app actually flagged that pretty good. It looks fine though. Like it doesn't look like it's wrong. This is so weird. I actually want to show you this because it's so weird. Here, look at this. So it's a drone shot, right? Like oh, you know what it is? I know exactly what it is. They're using a drone and they're using the app to film the literal maybe like the tablet that they're using to control the drone. Do you see what I'm saying? You can see at the top left, it says strong wind warning, aircraft unable to return to home automatically, lower altitude immediately. So they're up in the air. There's really strong winds. They're watching this right now. This is a wall cloud hanging down from, I believe, from the Rocky Mountain House. But the reason the identifier flagged it is because they're filming another screen. Like you can clearly see they're filming another screen. You can see the reflection in it right there, right? But that's actually, I think this is actually legit because I think they have a drone and they just flew the drone up and then film their screen with the phone, which is one way to do it. I guess that worked. It looks legit to me. This looks like the terrain, you know? Yeah. So
I
that
will
was taken
mention, if they're
there.
watching our stream right now and took that video, feel free to share it on Alberta Storm Reports in its entirety. That would be
Oh,
great.
true. Yeah. If you're able to get a video out of that drone and you can share that, that'd be cool. If all it is this shot that you took, then obviously we could share this, but we could also crop that, right? So it doesn't. It's kind of
Sure.
cool that she says the time. No, I wouldn't even crop it because it says the time and stuff. I would actually just keep it like that. But that's a wicked drone shot. Thank you so much for reporting that. And so that's actually on this Congressbury storm, which is the storm south of Rocky Mountain House. So that's a low-hanging wall cloud there, but it looks kind of clean. There's no funnel dangling down from it or anything at this point in time. But what a shot, though. I think that was actually the same person who sent us a whole bunch of reports. Oh, no, this says anonymous. So this is somebody just happens to have a drone there. But thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Environment Canada did extend the orange severe thunderstorm warning further to the south. Brandon, to make life easy for Alana, can you, I guess she could do it though. She'd have to edit it on her phone. I was going to say, can you rotate it in the admin map and then just take a screenshot of it where it's actually rotated properly?
Yeah, I can just do that quickly.
Just to make her life marginally easier.
I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
I mean, obviously you could put it in your phone and then you'd have to go into the photos and then you have to go and edit and then you have to rotate it. So you could do that in theory. That might be the cleaner way to do it.
Now,
Anyway.
can we edit it in Instant Weather Pro so that the alignment still works? Or okay, now I see what Brennan's done.
Yeah, he just basically rotated it and then cropped it.
Now that was on
That
the
works.
Cynthia storm, correct?
That is on the no. Sorry, that's the Cynthia storm is the one I'm just looking at right now, which still has rotation on it. This is the one south of Rocky Mountain House.
Okay, thanks
this-
for.
No worries. This is
I tuned out for just a second and I missed where
worries.
it was from.
And then I moved to storms. Yeah, exactly. No, this is Congressbury area or southeast of Strachan. I'd just say Congressbury's fine. Bury. But yeah, I would say like a bit of a wall cloud there. Or possible wall cloud is probably the right term. Fox Creek getting into the hail and rotation in there as well too. Rotating hail core going through Fox Creek right now. I might have to extend that polygon. Looks like it's about to leave my polygon and head north of White Court there. But definitely seeing some rotation in there. Let's see what storm relative velocity shows. What about tilt 2, tilt 3? That's pretty noisy up top. But yeah, definitely seeing that there. Okay. Good. Storms are bad. Good. All right. So still tornado watch over there. Lots of supercells in Alberta. Let's jump back to Ontario here and take a look at these. We're just jumping back and forth from Ontario to Alberta at the moment. Kind of waiting to see if any of these storms will really get popping. Eastern Ontario is still a bit questionable. Obviously, the storms did show up like they said they were going to. Not necessarily where they said they were going to. This whole line was supposed to show up right above Ottawa, and it showed up a little bit to the northwest. So, well, actually, sorry, the models did put storms up here. So as time goes on, but they're a little bit late as well too, right? Because obviously it's around 9 o'clock right now, or sorry, 9:06 in Ontario. So these storms are kind of supposed to pop around like 8-ish and eventually track to the southeast. So those will eventually head over towards the Ottawa Valley, and we'll have to see how they do develop over time. But less daytime heating pretty much now. Sun's going down. So we'll see what happens here. It actually gets darker just slightly earlier over here than it does where I am in Barrie. Mm-hmm. 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 Bum, 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 bum. Da, da, da. What's going on for our friends in New Brunswick? That is a boatload of lightning on this storm. Wow. That's just heading out to sea over the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but yesterday was supposed to be like gangbusters tornado risk up in northeastern Ontario. Was that a bit of a bust too? I think that was a bit of a bust too, and probably smoke related, maybe? I don't remember anything wild from yesterday. Maybe Dalton might. I don't remember anything wild.
I think the issue was the radar in that area was down, so if there was anything up there,
Oh.
it was hard to tell.
That's right. That's right. And I think it did come back. I could have sworn I was looking at. Man, the winds are just insane from Franktown. The winds are crazy on this line. Like blue is a bad color. What is blue? 140 kilometers an hour, 150, 148 kilometers an hour on this storm, this Brule Lake. I wonder it's got 33% severe wind risk on it. Now that radar is pretty far away from here. I think Brit would be closer, and Brit doesn't look that exciting. Well, kind of. Brit does have a pocket over here by Canoe Lake of 140 kilometers an hour. Huh. Also, Environment Canada's got the severe thunderstorm warning on it. Of course, always worth paying attention when you have a severe thunderstorm warning. And then there's this strange pocket. I don't know what's going to go with all these storms. Are these? I gotta go check some. Go check. There's definitely a big hail core right here. This Brule Lake one. That could be some heavy wind-driven hail. 71 dBz. That's as strong as anything we're seeing in Alberta right now. And that's going through parts of Algonquin Park. So I'm sure that storm is nasty. It's got a hail spike coming out the back of it. Oh yeah, big time hail on that one. Tracking to the southeast. That's going to be heading towards Rural Township, Whitney, Wallace, Lake St. Peter, and it's bringing some chunky big hail in there. 87% severe risk for hail. Big time. But I really don't like these winds. They look quite noisy. They get stronger as you go higher up in the storm. I mean, the environment here is pinned, but the smoke is the limiting factor. But we still could see some pretty big hail. We could still see some very strong winds, and we'll have to see if anything develops tornadic wise. What? Calgary Tech can speak French perfectly? Or is Calgary Tech using translation tools?
It wouldn't surprise me if he can speak fluent French. He's quite smart.
He seems quite smart. Quite witty, for sure. But I think you have to be somewhat smart to be somewhat witty, don't you? What is that worm forming south of Edson? I'll check on your worm here. One sec. They have extended the severe thunderstorm warning to the southeast, which makes perfect sense. I'm wondering if they're going to extend this one or if they're going to let it dip in and out of the warning region, which makes me kind of want to do a polygon on that one. It's a polygon time. Mm. Not too confident in my direction. This is probably going to miss Halliburton unless it does a big dip to the south. We'll see. So where is it right now? It is over by Brule Lake, I think it is. Tracking to the southeast. Large hail and wind risk. Large hail, wind, and minor rotation. I think you could say there's minor rotation on that one. It's hard to see because it's so far from a bunch of radars, but carefully monitored storm located 46 kilometers east of South River, traveling southeast. South River near Lake. Was it Brule? Yeah. Like traveling southeast at 76 kilometers an hour. Radar estimates wind gusts at 149 kilometers an hour. That is correct. It's actually correct. Brennan sharing. Someone said possible funnel cloud. Kind of just looks like the tail of that wall cloud, but it looks interesting. It's hard to see in that quick video. Carefully monitor storm located 46 kilometers east of South River, near Brule Lake, traveling southeast. I'll just say located near Brule Lake, traveling southeast at 76 kilometers an hour. Very large hail. Imaging wind gusts and minor rotation has been detected. Please be safe in the path of this storm. Probably adjust that to very large hail, damaging wind, and minor rotation. Looks good to me. Let's go red. And let's go an hour and a half. And send it off to 1,639 people. That is a pretty nasty storm right there. It's kind of isolated as well, too, kind of separated from this other cluster of storms. It really kind of has this whole area to work with. All right. Let's go and see what's happening. So Quebec seems to be, I would say, besides the really strong storms this morning, Quebec looks pretty much like a bust, which is crazy because the environment there, the models just look like so wild. There's our polygon. Flashy, flashy. Cool, cool. Just experimenting with that to show off that something is new. New Brunswick looks pretty boring too. So big time bust in the far east there. Let's go take a look at far eastern Canada there. This is the Rocky Mountain House. Someone said possible funnel cloud north of Cynthia. They sent us a private message. Congressbury's getting smoked by big time hail right now. No, this must be from the old app, by the way. I think we fixed this. And the brand new app, I think we fixed this. It'd be sweet if we were able to see, like, if someone was using the old app, like, baked into the metadata of that report to see what version of the app it came from. I think we can do that. And then it'd be sweet if there's a button that says, notify this person, please update the app so that your reports work. From Michigan there, cool. So here, there's that report from earlier. And what else do we have? We have this from Brazeau County, Alberta. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. And this is also from Brazeau County, I think from the same person. Love to see the updates. Thank you so much. Very helpful. Cool. All right. Now, this red polygon's mainly because of the hail core in that thing, but I'm still a little concerned with some of the velocity values we're seeing out of this, especially from a distance. I'm hoping these are very elevated, 148 kilometers an hour. I'm hoping those are quite high up in the storm, which they probably are. But that storm's got enough something, enough juice. It's kind of worrying me there. That's why I've gone red on that one. Just some big time values embedded in there. Now you're seeing these really strong values over here in the forward flank of the storm. And this one coming down towards Renfrew. So yeah, Eastern Ontario starting to get some action over here. Could see some strong winds on the outside of that near Cobden. Could see some strong winds that are going through Squirrel Depot and Petawawa there. 91.44 kilometers an hour. If I didn't let Facebook delete him, it would have been sweet to go back and find the original live stream where we first saw Squirrel Depot. We're like, what? There's a place called Squirrel Depot? It would have been funny to have that original clip, wouldn't it? I wonder if that's actually... I wonder. Jason, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Just to clarify, folks, we're covering storms across Canada because that's what we do. Of course, you know, if I'm not covering storms in your exact area, you're probably like, why isn't he covering the storms that I am currently nearby? And I can appreciate the frustration there. But we cover storms all of Canada. So we're checking on Montreal here in Quebec. We're checking on Eastern Ontario. We're going to check on Alberta. And as we fly over, we'll see if there's anything interesting. Anything interesting in Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Yeah, that's still got quite the rotation there near Fox Creek and quite the hail core. Now there's a few storms in behind here that are starting to show a bit of rotation as well. And so these are storms south of Edson and southeast of Edson as well. Yeah, Brendan was bringing up the air quality index. It looks like we've got some areas reaching 200 already, which is not good. Eastern Ontario looks brutal. How's the air quality in Ottawa, North Bay? Right now it looks brutal. And that's all going to be coming further south, especially tomorrow. Dottie says my friend in Cowansville, Quebec, is complaining about the smoke and how bad the air quality is. Zombie said Ottawa seems to be clearing up. I don't know. Brent just looked at a current map and it says Ottawa is like almost at 200. Are you sure? Is it just that? Is this that how it looks from inside? I wouldn't recommend going in and going out and try to. Can I smell anything or just huffing all those particles into your lungs?
Definitely improved in my area. Like 5:30 was horrendous, but like 8:30, 9 o'clock.
So maybe that's old data. Yeah, that must be old data then. Is Edmonton going to get hit by the storm? Says Tin Kitty Cat or Tiny Kitty Cat. Like a tin kitty cat. That's even a better visual. This metal cat. Tin kitty cat. Um, sorry. Tiny kitty cat. Yeah, it's possible. Edmonton may see some storms later on, depending on how it survives and which directions they go. We'll have to see how that does develop. They're kind of heading that way, but they're moving very slowly right now. So we'll see. Any storms for southeast Ottawa? Yeah. All these storms right here, they're tracking to the southeast towards Ottawa. So Ottawa's going to see some thunderstorms. How strong will they be? Your guess is as good as mine.
Now, you brought up Edmonton. I just wanted to mention that I was looking at some of the later data since I did my forecast this morning. It's looking like the storms are probably going to start to fizzle out to the west of Edmonton at this point, but could still see some maybe weak severe thunderstorms hitting 11 o'clock ish.
Mm-hmm. But you think they're at least gonna weaken, hopefully a
Yeah.
bit by that point? Okay.
Yeah, and I did mention in my forecast that it was definitely a possibility that it could happen because
Yeah.
it's looking like the greatest threat was going to be to the west of the city.
Yeah, it makes sense because that's obviously Environment Canada they didn't put the tornado watch into Edmonton, they put it to the west, right? So yeah, makes sense. Seeing a report of Rocky Mountain House, pretty wild looking storm. Got a decent little lowering there. Excuse me. Lightning passing through Shawville, Quebec. Thank you so much. Appreciate the report. Ms. Mulligan, thank you. Emily says Petawawa is like nonstop rumbling for half an hour. Yeah, there's storms all around you. 11 minutes ago, we got a photo from that area. Let's take a look here. If you'd like to send in your photos of storms, you can do so. Where's the... Is it that one? Oh, that's from Bonfield. Okay. Some rain from Bonfield. That might be the first video of rain we've seen today. So somehow we've made the app so much faster, and we've made our own internal admin map, the one we have to use all the time. Somehow we've made it slower. I think we've added so many features to it that we've bogged it down a little bit. So we'll have to spend some more time tweaking it. Or it's just when I use the mouse wheel to zoom in, it's really slow. I don't know why. When I use this to zoom out and in, it's like way faster. So I think it might just be something to do with the way that the mouse interacts with it, because this is just like butter smooth, right? But when I go to like zoom in and out with my mouse, it's like I got to scroll like 4 times. Oh, maybe it's my mouse wheel. My mouse wheel might be broken. I think it might be actually. Yeah, I think I was complaining on it on a previous stream. Wah, wah, wah. Could be some decent hail going in the Renfrew area. Quite the side lobe contamination up here. Bit concerning. That storm that I did the red polygon on has absolutely gotten way weaker. It was ridiculous at this frame when I did the polygon, and then within 1, 2, 3 frames, it's gotten down to a little. Yeah, I think the smoke is really affecting these storms. They just can't seem to get it together, which is good. We don't want them to. And I know some people like love big storms, but I know what happens when people get big, dangerous storms, and it's not good. It is not good. So we don't want that occurring. And therefore, seems to be helping. One horrible natural disaster taking out another horrible natural disaster. Wild. Still looking pretty strong south of Rocky Mountain House. Looks like we did just get a new report. Oh, that was 40 minutes ago. Oh yeah, that was the drone shot. Whoa. I'm gonna bring that up on the screen, Patricia. Thank you for sharing that. That is crazy. Whoa. Okay, so Daniela has shared this horrifying picture of her backyard in Thunder Bay. And we think the smoke is. Lana made a really good point. She says, "If you think the smoke is bad here, imagine how bad it is here. Look how brutal." A live shot from Mars over here. Wow, that is rough. That's what it's like in Thunder Bay right now.
My husband was talking to his friend in Thunder Bay, who we were just visiting a couple weeks ago. He's
Okay.
saying that in all his life living in Thunder Bay, this is the worst he's ever seen it.
Well, like we saw on radar, I mean, it's just awful. Let's go and take a look here. You can just clearly see it's as clear as day on radar to see all of this wildfire smoke going into the Thunder Bay area right now. Like, look at this. This is bad. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough. Hope everybody's all right. Yeah, if residents there are saying it's the worst they've ever seen, that's a problem. Well, it was only a matter of time, I guess. Um, the hail on this storm going into Dovercourt right now is bad. 77.6 dBz. 77. That hail core is ridiculous. That is dropping big time hail. Like tennis ball. That looks bad. Mm-hmm. How's Alberta looking southwest of Edmonton? Well, we're looking at Alberta right here. My broken scroll wheel. I'll just have to use the map navigation. So yeah, we got storms west of Edmonton. They're slowly but surely moving to the east. Will they affect Edmonton? I don't know. Possible. Maybe not. Extreme fog. What? I think maybe they meant smoke. Is there smoke in Edmonton right now?
There shouldn't be. There's not, like, there's only 5 fires that are actively burning in Alberta. And when I was checking smoke forecast earlier, it was pretty clear.
Oh, okay. Must have slipped on that report. I'll let that one slide. This time. There's basically those exact same photos I just brought up. You can see them there on Ontario Storm Reports on Facebook. Again, we have Alberta Storm Reports. We have Saskatchewan Storm Reports, Manitoba Storm Reports, Ontario Storm Reports, Atlantic Canada Storm Reports. A lot of different reporting groups, folks. Video from Montana G of poor air quality. Yeah. You can see it. Thank you, Montana. Appreciate it. And corrupted photo from Petawawa. Too bad I can't see that. Here's a video from Pembroke. Pretty dark skies with the storms nearby. Kind of eerie, like in the smoke, because you can't really see it. There's not a lot of detail, right? It just looks like it's really foggy. That's wild. This is from Parkland County. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Drayton Valley there. Let's take a look at that one. Okay, taken from the passenger seat. Love to see it. Safe way to take a photo. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate those reports, everybody. We do have a video from there as well, too. Oh, that was from 40 minutes ago. Yeah, we saw that one already. Calvin, Ontario. See somebody posted some videos of they're saying windy and hail. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Go take a quick look back in Ontario here. Looks like Renfrew's getting into it here. How's that storm for Renfrew? Looks still pretty strong on the values here. 69% total severe risk on it, but 43% severe hail, 29% severe wind, and 2% tornado risk for Renfrew on that one. Oh, it looks like we just got a video. Just now. Whoa. That's from McNabb, Braeside, Ontario. Sure got dark there. Probably because that storm's on top of you. Whoa. By the way, if I ever go to play a video of a thunderstorm and you're sensitive to flashing lights, then you might want to look away. Probably throw up a disclaimer at the start of our live stream. Still seeing that storm west of Pembroke. Looking decent. These storms look decent. They don't look too strong, but obviously there's lots of lightning in there. But are they going to get to the severe threshold levels? It's to me, it's looking less and less likely. But now that I said that, what have I done? But that doesn't count out Alberta. Alberta's still in the thick of things over here. Still tornado watch in place from Environment Canada. And we still got multiple storms that are looking quite organized here. This one's out of my polygon now. You're not allowed to sneak out to my polygon with your sneaky rotation. No one said you could sneak out of that polygon. Which way is it going? It's not going towards Whitecourt, is it? There's a young guy who always messages me from the Whitecourt area, tell me about the storms happening in Alberta. Appreciate those updates. Many times he's been like, look at Whitecourt. look at it. White court, look at it. And I'm like, okay. And I look and I'm like, oh, it's a pretty decent storm. Yeah. Is this going to white court? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Yes, it might be. Very slowly. I'm sure there's a message waiting for me from him. Oh, it's going a little more towards Two Creeks. It just weakened a bit. Yeah, KDTX and Exeter are down. So everybody be happy there's no storms happening right now in Windsor and Essex County and Chatham, Kent and London and anywhere else those radars are critical for. This is way too big of a polygon. What am I doing? Storm's moving very slow, although it snuck out of my last one. All right. This is better. Oh, am I going to make it all the way to white court with this one, though? All right. I think something like that's probably good-ish. We're going to find out. I say large hail and rotation continues. Say east-southeast at 89 kilometers an hour. It's pretty fast. Is it going that fast? No. It is not going that fast. Okay. Looks good to me. Oops. There we go. And that's at 7:39 in Alberta. And we're going to go orange. And let's go 2 hours and send it to 8 people. All right. Cool. I'm always surprised when there's literally anyone outside of a heavy population area. So always surprises me. Okay. Looks like a possible wall cloud, maybe. Where is this? 21 kilometers northwest of Drayton Valley, looking west. This is northwest of Drayton Valley. Where's Drayton again? I'll find it. Over here somewhere.
It's the southern storm. Oh, sorry, no, Drayton Valley. No, that's the other
Midstorm,
storm.
right? Yeah, the middle one, I think. Yeah, the middle one. I always thought Drayton Valley's. I always think west of Edmonton when I think Drayton Valley. This is the Cynthia one. Yeah, it's still got somewhat of a wall cloud on there. It's low hanging. I don't know how fast it's rotating. All we see is a photo of it, but. Good. All right. Kind of tracking to the east towards Easyford. Brown Valley, Rocky Rapids, Barrymore. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Doo-be-doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay, where was I? And still seeing those strong storms, multiple areas of Alberta. Let's go take a little flight over to Ontario and see what's happening here. Do, 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 do. Okay. Continue to watch these storms. We don't have great radar coverage here, so we have to deal with what we've got, which is radars that are far away from the storms. Getting closer, though. We can see that arm prior one pretty decently. It's got a little bit of some sort of strong wind signature on the right side of it, but it looks a bit weird. Looks like we got a report of some pretty big hail near Corbeil. That's probably that red polygon. I want to know where that is, actually. Corbeil. That looks like ping pong ball size hail. East Ferris, Ontario. Oh, up here. Okay. That was southeast of North Bay. Dropped some big time hail there. Mm-hmm. What? No. Oh, we already saw that video from Bonfield earlier. Yep.
Tornado warning just issued in Alberta.
Whoa. Can you load up Alberta Facebook, please?
Yep.
Thank you. On this storm, I did peek at this a couple times. This one's got a tornado warning? Okay. All right. There is some rotation in there. What do we got here? What do we got? Environment Canada meteorologists are tracking a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado.
Yeah, I was about to say, not possibly, is.
Environment Canada says this is producing a tornado, so they must have a report from a spotter. Damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall, severe thunderstorm, and then a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. That's actually the cookie cutter line. They need to tweak that if they're actually saying it is producing a tornado. Southwest of Lossenburg. Southwest of Lossenburg. So it must be this, which makes sense. It's the only area with rotation. Wow. That tiny little bit of rotation right here near Rainbow. And that tiny little hook echo, just a little baby. Just a little baby is producing a tornado right now. So you're in Rainbow. If you're in Michichai, is that how you pronounce it? Michichai? Michichai? Mikaichi? No idea. Anyways, if you're an Michichi, if you're an Michichi, this is slowly but surely moving to the northwest. What if I go to storm relative velocity? Is it better? It didn't change anything because there's no storm tracks here. I see. Yeah. That tiny little bit of rotation is producing a tornado. There is a tiny little drop there, but Michichi? Is it Michichi? Oh, wow. Okay, okay.
Yeah, there's a video on a different Facebook group that is reporting it.
Yep, I see it. Yep. Now that was from 720. That person said from 720, so it's 7:48 right now in Alberta. So the 28 minutes ago, but 28 minutes ago, this storm actually looked weaker than it does now. So just because that report was from 28 minutes ago doesn't mean necessarily that this thing is over. So if it's 40 now, so let's go to 720. So that may have been a little bit of a hybrid. It looked a lot better towards Rainbow. Now it's kind of getting messy in there. But they could still have a reporter on that one. Michichi? Michichi? All right. Well, there's that. Boundary landspout? Maybe. It could be a landspout, yeah. Again, typically you don't have landspouts showing up on radar, really. Sometimes there's kind of a bit of a hybrid where there's a bit of a mesocyclone showing up on radar, and that just happens to be in the same location as where that landspout is, and they kind of connect. So Dr. Sills talks about these hybrids that can happen. And yeah, Environment Canada says is producing tornado. Kind of in the Lossenburg area, Michichi area, Rainbow, Delia. Now here the question is did everybody in Calgary get that alert ready notification? Because if you're wondering,
Probably not Calgary, but definitely Drumheller.
Oh, Drumheller for sure. Three Hills probably. I don't know. I've seen worse. I got a feeling Calgary can pick up a weak signal from this over here. So we'll see. Red Deer, people got it in Red Deer? I can see it. Ooh, these storms back here are starting to really kick off. This one back here now, west of Brazeau Dam. Big time hail spike coming off of it. Big time hail situation here. Oh, looks like Hauk shared a video of that. Was it of that tornado? Let me try to find it here. Brandon Hauk.
I think that was the same one that Alana shared. It was just he screenshotted it and posted it to X.
Oh, okay. I see the video of it now. Yep. Yeah, here, I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, there's the video of that one down. Oh, Dalton already did it. Whoops. I didn't know that. I thought it was just a photo. All I saw was a photo. I missed the video. Dottie says she's got no power in Toronto right now. That's brutal because it's pretty toasty. A lot of folks are asking about Edmonton. Edmonton's fine right now, but the storms could be moving that way eventually. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm going back and forth from rain to wind, rain to wind, rain to wind. I'm comparing wind radar data with rain and hail precipitation. So precipitation, velocity, reflectivity, velocity, reflectivity, velocity. That's what I'm doing. I'm going back and forth and just taking a peek at these storms as they track southeast towards Ottawa, or the Ottawa Valley at least. Maybe they'll miss Ottawa proper. I don't know. This one looks like it really wants to go into Ottawa right now. This Arm Prior one. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty much heading straight there. Ottawa is under severe thunderstorm warning now from those storms. Let's stay right here and let's flip to this, which has Alberta. Alberta. Tornado warning continues down here near the Drumheller area. Drumheller is not actually in the tornado warning, but you're certainly close. Mm-hmm. 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 And the storms are tracking to the northwest. They should probably miss Drumheller. So I think Drumheller is actually okay. Looks like there's a bit of a wall cloud, if not maybe a funnel, possibly northwest of Drayton Valley. Definitely a lowering, but I don't know how quickly it's rotating. And that would be this. Which one here? I think it's the middle one, which is that one. Yeah, west of Drayton Valley. And that may be heading over towards Edmonton. Let's see here. Whoopsie. It's starting to track more east, so it is possible that it'll eventually get there. As Alana mentioned, based on the forecast data, it looks like the storms may weaken as they head towards Edmonton, so we'll see what it does. Yeah, it looks like that could have been a Lanceboat possibly, but the video looks pretty impressive as far as the width of the funnel. But it looks like we may have had a tornado touchdown. Environment Canada mentioning touchdown in there, mentioning is producing a tornado in their actual warning details. Areas to be concerned with maybe mainly Lawsonburg, Rainbow, Machichi, Delia. I hope I'm saying Machichi right. I don't even know if that's right. Someone just said that on our team. I believe it was. I think it was Lindsay. Machichi. Oh, I didn't get the best sleep last night. It's starting to catch up with me. It'd be funny if one of those times I do the close my eyes, fake snoring thing. If I actually did. Oh, it's Delia. Delia. Thank you. If I actually fell asleep, that'd be funny. Howard Flickering and Arm Pryor. Thank you very much. The Hot and Berry. Oh, yeah. Michichi and Delia. Delia. Thank you very much. I can't pronounce anything. I can't even pronounce the word pronounce. I can't pronounce anything properly. And I'm going to continue to try and slowly but surely probably make a fool of myself, but I'm okay with that. I'm comfortable. Two Creeks. Seeing some rotation in Two Creeks right now and some big time hail. Pronounce, says Squee. Can't even pronounce. I'll figure it out. I got this. Them words don't scare me. I'll learn them. All right, I'm gonna head back to Ontario here. Hey, there we are. Arm Pryor said it's pretty wild there. It looked pretty decent as a track through. Severe thunderstorm warning on that storm. Could be some strong winds in there. Excuse me. Shauna says I haven't slept in 2 days. Sorry to hear.
Yeah, I've been seeing
Brooke
some
says,
of her comments. She had a lot of family up in the area of Collins who lost their homes. So sounds like
oh
she's having a
no,
rough go.
that's awful. Sorry to hear. Oh boy. Yeah, our thoughts are with all those in the Collins area, which has been lost to a wildfire, unfortunately. I hope everybody evacuated safely. Oh boy. All right. I just need to step away for a couple minutes, and I will be right back. And if we can say I'm on break, or if somebody can take over, either or, whatever works, I will be back in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, and I will take over for Adam briefly while he steps away. So I'm going to
Thank you.
start in the Ottawa region here. The severe warning storms tracking into Ottawa. The strongest storm in the Ottawa region proper is the storm near Kinburn, along with this one near Mississippi Mills. Not seeing too much in terms of velocity here. Maybe some strong winds with this one tracking into Mississippi Mills here. See that little pocket here near White Lake. And then this one that's tracking into western sections of Ottawa, especially the Dunrobin area. You could be seeing some hail shortly. And that's under a severe thunderstorm warning by Environment Canada. I'm just going to look at the details here if it will let me. Actually, let me just refresh. And we'll get fresh radar here. There we go. Got a lot of warnings and advisories in place in that region. Environment Canada's warning for strong wind gusts, up to 2-sized hail, and heavy rain, and that storm is moving into western sections of Ottawa. And we're also watching this storm in the Bon Cher Valley region, tracking into Renfrew. It could also have some strong winds as well as large hail. But so far, as we've been talking about today, the wildfire smoke has really inhibited the growth of these storms, so they're not as strong as expected. Another reason for this is that as night has fallen in this area, that has taken away the daylight heating that can provide additional storm fuel. So I'm not sure how strong these storms are going to be when they go into the Ottawa area. Just your probably garden variety severe thunderstorms with some large hail, near severe level winds. But we'll keep watching that area to see if they strafing or anything. And I'm going to jump over to Alberta, where we have that active tornado warning in the Hanna area, where we had a report of a tornado roughly just under an hour ago near Lawsonburg, and that prompted Environment Canada to issue this tornado warning that says it is producing a tornado. Usually they say it is capable of producing a tornado when they're confirming it based on radar here, but they definitely have a report, and we've seen reports of it with this storm. So if you're in the Lawsonburg area, Hanna, Sheerness, Taplow, Rainbow, Delia, please seek shelter. There's a tornado reported with this storm. It's unclear if it's still on the ground, but if it produced one tornado, it can easily produce another. And we're also watching these storms in the Rocky Mountain House area. It looks like Environment Canada downgraded that warning from the orange level that it was before, which is interesting because it looks like it's still producing quite large hail here. It heads into the Butte area, Evergreen. I'm just going to play here so you can see where it's moving here. So it's sort of moving easterly, but also taking a southern turn as well. It may eventually track into the Red Deer area. Probably will miss Red Deer to the south, but it's definitely something we will be watching.
Yeah, it's probably going to take. My estimate earlier was about 10 o'clock, so another 2 hours, and it might be hitting the Red Deer area.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to add in with that tornado warning storm, it looks like it fired up along a boundary, so that might be why it just very suddenly went tornado warned.
You can see the boundary here. It's really clear on radar here.
Definitely unexpected for that part of the province today.
For sure. I'm going to check the storms that are west of Edmonton at the moment. Mostly hail-producing storms that we're concerned about, although this one It's messy, but I'll mention that to Adam when he comes back. I don't know if he did a notification on it. I should probably have those on. He did a notification earlier, but it's kind of come out of it, so might need a new one. Rotation detected. Perhaps? There's also this hail-producing storm to the west of Parazu Dam, as well as this one to the southeast of Edson that we're closely watching, and this hail-producing storm that has a fairly defined couplet on it, but it could be hail-related based on where it's located, but we do, I believe, have a rotation detected polygon on that. Let me just double check here. Large hail and rotation continues, so yep, we do. And that could eventually track into the White Court area. So be on high alert if you're in the White Court area. Some big hail coming your way. Can take another look at our tornado warning that continues for the Hannah area. If you're in the Hannah area, please seek shelter. There was a tornado reported on this storm earlier, but it's unclear if it's still on the ground. You should treat it like it is. And as Alana mentioned, it formed along a boundary here. You can see how, draw it on here if it will let me. Excuse my poor drawing skills. You can see right here where the boundary was, and then it caused those storms to light up as it moved into the tornado warned area. We're continuing to watch those, and I'm gonna give our friends in Ontario another peek. Wasn't anything particularly that caught my eye in Eastern Ontario right now. These storms are, I would say, marginally severe at this point. The biggest concern would be the hail potential, but I'm not really seeing any defined hail cores as we saw earlier with these storms. They seem to be weakening a bit. That could be good for the Ottawa area if you don't want storms. I know some people want the rain. But these are probably the best types of severe thunderstorms you could get because they're basically near marginally severe levels. This one is getting an interesting shape near Mound. I think Squirrel Depot's in this area, if I'm not mistaken. And that's heading through the Bonchère Valley area. Eventually, Greater Madawaska, Renfrew, Burnstown. We'll be keeping an eye on this storm. Environment Canada does have them under a severe thunderstorm warning, which seems appropriate for this level of storm activity. But nothing more than a yellow level severe thunderstorm warning, so you could be seeing loony to toony size hail, strong wind gusts up to 90 kilometers an hour. We're continuing to watch those as they track in the Ottawa Valley. But a lot of our focus at least for the next few hours, will be on Alberta as these storms continue to track through the area. And we do continue to have that tornado warning storm in the Hannah area. Maybe Environment Canada was onto something by downgrading that to a yellow severe thunderstorm warning. The latest scan doesn't look as strong with the hail core here. You can see a few frames ago we had dark purple, which can indicate golf ball or even larger size hail usually, but it's kind of come down a bit to just light purple. So that's a good sign for that storm heading into the Red Deer area. So Red Deer hopefully won't be affected by that storm, but we'll continue to be watching it. See where it
We have had that tornado warning dropped.
Perfect. So, as Alana said, that storm that prompted the tornado warning in the Hannah area has been downgraded. Well, actually, it's been ended. Hasn't been replaced by anything. So that storm is completely unwarned, which makes sense because it didn't look too strong besides the reported tornado on it. So I'm going to remove the tornado warning banner here and I will replace it with the severe thunderstorm warning that's in place. We're tracking severe weather in Ontario and Alberta. Perfect. And actually, I will switch over to Alberta storm reports here, so we can see what the latest reports are there. I guess we don't have any latest reports from Alberta, so I will flip on Ontario storm reports here so you can see what's happening there. And as you can see, very smoky in Thunder Bay with all that wildfire smoke. I'll be a preview of what's to come across southern Ontario tomorrow. So I will come back over here and look at the radar. So to clarify, that tornado warning storm that was in the Hannah area has ended now, as Environment Canada no longer feels this storm has the potential to produce a tornado, and I agree with them. It's weakening very fast, breaking apart here. But these storms definitely continue in the Rocky Mountain House area, eventually maybe tracking into Red Deer, and of course these ones to the west of Edmonton. Right now the main concern is very large hail. You can see this one is tracking through the Butte area, now tracking into Evergreen, Stauffer. So if you're in those areas, please be prepared for large hail. This one continues near Easy Ford. It's a bit of a appendage to it. What could be rotation isn't really attached to that appendage yet, but we'll keep watching it. Those storms are slowly but surely eventually making its way into the Edmonton area, but as Alana mentioned earlier, it's unclear if they will maintain their strength as they track into Edmonton. So we'll be closely watching them to see if any can sneak into Edmonton. So far, that's a while away. Any storm that has the potential to it would be this one further to the east near Easyford, and it's still quite a ways away from Edmonton. It's not moving too fast. Jump back over to Ontario here to take a look at the storm going through the Ottawa Valley. This one near Parkenham probably looks like the strongest of the bunch so far, especially with the wind potential. I don't like how that shape is looking. Someone in the comments mentioned to check it out from... Oh, okay, so Ottawa could be seeing some decent hail here. Interesting. So it's looking a lot more intense higher up in the storm compared to Franktown, which is closer to the ground. But we've seen this before in the Ottawa area, especially looking higher up in the storm, where it looks like a strong hail signature, but it doesn't amount to anything. I don't like the looks of this one near Almonte. Nothing showing up on velocity yet, but it's got an interesting shape here. And that's tracking directly into Carleton Place. Look at a report, an insane amount of lightning in downtown Ottawa, basically constant. So it seems like these storms are producing a lot of lightning with them. If you're in the western Ottawa area and it's safe to do so, we'd like to hear what you're experiencing. So I'm wondering if that storm is producing any decent sized hail as it goes through. I believe it's going, just went through the Elmer area. It's now tracking into Carleton. Probably like the south end of Ottawa, South Keys, Revelstoke, Huron Park, Hunt Club Park. So get ready for some possible hail in that area. Definitely getting a lot of reports, dime-sized hail in Ottawa. Lots of hail in Nepean by Carleton. Oh, there was Toonie-sized hail in Canada. Interesting. So it is producing severe level. Yeah, we're definitely getting a lot of reports of lightning in the Ottawa region right now, which makes sense. Slow that down a bit here. You can see how these storms are tracking. Keeping a close eye on the storm near Almonte. This one from the Mississippi Mills. If it's safe to do so, we'd love to hear what you're experiencing in this area particularly. The storm is looking quite dynamic right now. Just waiting on a new frame to see what it's doing here. Believe we should be in a new frame soon. Oh. Uh-oh, he said Almont the wrong way. Is it Almont? Almont. The horrible pronunciations is a team-wide thing, except for Alana. She keeps us sane for that. But you're not going to get better pronunciations from me. I do not like the looks of that. It's definitely a strong wind gust going into Almont. I'll look at it from higher up. The Ottawa storm looks very intense from higher up. We did get reports of Toonie-sized hail in Canada. So it could be reaching severe levels when it comes to the hail here. And that's tracking into the south end of Ottawa here right now. Interesting. Yeah, lots of reports of hail. It's a report here on the side here, 10 p.m. Ottawa and Nepean. Lots of lightning. Another video of Ottawa by the airport. And as a reminder, if it's safe to do so, please submit your reports to Ontario Storm Reports on Facebook, as well as Alberta Storm Reports if you're watching in Alberta. I'll return back to Alberta in a minute. Nothing's really significantly changed there right now. Wicked lightning from an incoming thunderstorm in the west end of Ottawa here. Non-stop lightning in Canada. Oh, and we're refreshing. I'm just going to leave that one up. I'm going to go back to radar here because it looks like we might have a new scan here. Yep. We do. Okay. Hasn't strengthened. It's maybe a little bit weaker. But definitely could be some strong winds heading into Carleton Place. So if you're in the Carleton Place area, please be prepared for strong wind gusts with this storm. The storm moving into the Madawaska area. I'm going to jump back to Alberta to take a look over there. Now that we got the new scan in Ontario, we should have a new scan in Alberta. Those storms that were under the tornado warning earlier, it's basically fizzled out. At least the one near Hannah. There remains a bit of a cell near Dahlia, but looking weak. Keep watching that. And this hail-producing storm to the west of Red Deer here, heading into Evergreen. continues to look like it could be producing damaging hail heading into Evergreen. It's gonna look at the direction of it. Sort of wants to go into Red Deer, but unclear if it will survive that long. Sort of just not moving. We are watching these hail-producing storms to the west of Edmonton as well. One through the Cynthia area earlier. This one near Easy Ford. Still continues to look quite dynamic here. Nothing connecting with the velocity here. Could be some decent sized hail going into Round Valley, Tomahawk, Moon Lake, North Lake. And this hail producing storm to the southeast of Edson continues. It looks like it's kind of wanting to track into Carrot Creek, McKay maybe. Keep an eye on that one. There's a strong one that's heading right for Whitecourt, I believe. Sort of. The actual line is moving northeast, but the hail course seems to be shifting southward. Keep an eye on that. And we do have large hail, and rotation continues on that as it tracked to the northeast of Windfall here. We're watching that one as well. So far, just a hail risk besides that reported tornado near the Hannah area earlier. And wow, check out the picture that just showed up on Ontario Storm Reports. Munster area, that's a wild lightning shot. And that seems to be the story of the day, at least in the Ottawa region, with these storms are producing a lot of lightning. Seeing a lot of reports of tons of lightning with this storm. Well, these storms that are tracking into... This one's tracking through the south end of Ottawa near South Keys, Alta Vista, eventually Piperville, Ramsayville. And look at these from higher up in the storm. That one that went through Ottawa doesn't look as intense as it did in the upper levels. So the hail potential might be diminishing. We did hear reports of Toonie size hail in the Canada area, but so far I've only heard Dime seems to be the consensus in the Ottawa region with this storm so far. And then this one near Carleton Place continues. Near Appleton. I think we got a new frame. Still continues to look quite strong with the wind gusts as it heads into Appleton. Maybe a bit of a downburst potential with this storm. Under a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's going right into Carleton Place. So if you're in Carleton Place, I would definitely be inside, preferably somewhere safe, because it looks like it could be getting quite intense there. And we're also watching the strong storm tracking through the Madawaska area here. Could also have some decent sized hail just south of Greater Madawaska, eventually tracking into Flower Station here. That storm is almost out of Ottawa. However, we'll have to see what this one does further to the northwest here. That will eventually track into Ottawa, but it doesn't look as strong as the other cell did. Just wondering about Sault Ste. Marie. I think you're fine in Sault Ste. Marie, besides the smoke. Yeah, I don't see any concern in Sault Ste. Marie on the storm side. The bulk of the storm activity right now is focused on Eastern Ontario. So if you're in Ontario and wondering what the risk is for your area, unless you're basically, let me draw it here. Unless you're basically in this area here, you're fine. Because that's where all the storm activity right now, and they're slowly making their way into upstate New York eventually. Slowly. But they have to make their way through Smith Falls, Kempville, Brockville, Cornwall first. So if you're in those areas, stay tuned. These storms are headed your way next. And I believe Environment Canada removed the severe thunderstorm warning for the Ottawa region, which makes sense because the storm is sort of moving out of Ottawa. Doesn't look as strong. The strongest one appears to be near Carleton Place here, which continues to show some strong wind gusts here. It's not super intense, it's like 80 kilometers an hour, but it's very close to the radar, so it could definitely be reaching the ground. Why are we covering Ontario so much? So we're splitting the stream between Alberta and Ontario, so I'm taking a glance at each one. Right now, the situation isn't changing too much in Alberta because these storms are slow moving, but I'm going to take a quick look at them again now that we've given Ontario some attention. So we're sharing this stream, so we're trying our best to give everyone a chance to look at these storms. Looks like there might be a wall cloud that is being reported. On the Spruce View storm. Yeah, this one continues to look quite dynamic as it tracks into Tomahawk here. Be a bit of rotation there. And this one tracking into Whitecourt here.
I noticed that there was still a fairly significant polygon in southern Ontario. I just deleted that one.
Yeah, good idea.
It was a couple hours old.
They should be auto-aspiring. That's weird that it's stuck there. Maybe...
I think it was set for like 2 hours, but at this point, it's
that makes
well,
sense.
the storms are well outside of it.
Mm-hmm. Continue to watch these Alberta storms. Be right. And back. Continue to watch these hail-producing storms in Alberta. This one going into Tomahawk. And this one near Brazos Dam. And then this one near Carrot Creek. And then this one near Whitecourt. That one, double check here. It's like that one near Evergreen might be weakening a bit. The hailcore doesn't look as defined. Keeps getting smaller and smaller. So that might be good news for the Red Deer area. So now that I've taken a look at Alberta, I'm going to go back to Ontario, and then we'll be back in Alberta in a few moments. So just bear with me. Seems to look quite strong, tracking into Carleton Place here. Those in the Ottawa region, this update, they've ended the severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa. The ones that were severe thunderstorm warned, they sort of are still, because the area they're tracking into is severe thunderstorm warned. To the Embrun area, Russell, they could be producing near severe level hail, as well as strong wind gusts. And the Carleton Place storm continues to look quite strong here. Seems to be the strongest one of the bunch in eastern Ontario right now, at least in terms of the wind gusts. Let us know what you're experiencing in Carleton Place, if it's safe to do so. And this one near Flower Station. Not seeing much on velocity here, but it still could be producing strong wind gusts and large hail. This one up here near Otter Lake. Oop. If it will load. It's being very slow. Could eventually make its way into Ottawa here. Excuse my poor drawing. There we go. So we'll see if right now they are under a severe thunderstorm warning on the Quebec side. We will see when they track into the Ottawa region if Environment Canada reissues a severe thunderstorm warning. Wouldn't be surprised if they do. Doesn't look particularly strong, but the Quebec office had it under a severe thunderstorm warning, so we'll see what they do. This one near Flower Station continues to look interesting. There's like a separate storm to the south and like a little appendage here. So now that we got a new radar frame, I'm going to take a look at Carleton Place. Sort of right over the radar, so it's kind of hard to tell. We'll see what it's doing once it passes the radar here. Okay, I'm going to jump back over to Alberta. Evergreen storm continues. It's not really moving that much. It's basically just sitting there. Slowly but surely, but it's shrinking a bit. And the Tomahawk storm continues here. Round Valley is probably getting pummeled with hail right now. This one near Carrot Creek. I don't like how there's kind of like a hook developing on that. It's aligned with the velocity here. Let me mention that to Dalton. Yeah, Cody mentioned it too. This is in the right location of where we would expect rotation. It's too far away from the radar here. Dalton is working on a polygon for that, so you'll see it pop up soon. There could be some rotation with the storm, and I'm gonna look at where it's tracking. So sort of going east here. east-northeast. That is a fairly rural area in this part. But south of Nojak, Knighton Junction, definitely some signs of rotation with that storm. So if you're in that area, please seek shelter. We're watching it. I know Dalton is working on that polygon, so I will come back to it once the polygon shows up and we'll go over it. It's one near Whitecourt. Look as strong as it was earlier. The southern part of the storm has really fizzled out. The hail core isn't as defined here. To see what it does. Getting the intense lightning in Ottawa. These storms they're going through. Wild. And as you can see, Dalton just did the polygon here. So the areas in the polygon include Knighton Junction, McKay, Nojak, Chip Lake, Wildwood, Style, Evansboro, Moon Lake, Easyford, Cynthia, although I think that storm is going to probably miss Cynthia. You're just in the polygon to account for the potential direction it could go. Looks like we have a new frame here. Oh yes, that continues quite strong. He's been gone for a while. Yeah, he does this a lot. This is just 1 minute. His minute is like an hour.
He said in the group chat that he suddenly wasn't feeling very well, so he's gone to lay down, actually.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Got it. Thank you.
No problem. I wasn't sure if you were checking the group chat at all, so...
I was now, but I wasn't earlier.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think he's feeling a bit burnt out. It just really suddenly caught up to him.
That's fair. So we'll keep an eye on these storms together. This one continues. Yeah, it's very ramping up the last few frames with this storm. We'll see what Environment Canada does. Sort of in a location that's kind of hard to see what it's doing. The storm that was under tornado warning a fair bit ago. There continues to be a small little cell near Dahlia. It's not doing anything crazy right now. But that did reportedly produce a tornado in the 7 p.m. hour. And this one has our biggest focus right now because it looks like it could be rotation here. We have a polygon all on that. While I've looked at Alberta for a couple minutes, I'm going to take a look at Ontario. I know many people are probably yelling at me. We can share the stream. It's hard to get a good look at this Carleton Place storm. Looked quite strong when it went into Carleton Place, but it's kind of getting obscured now that the precipitation has started going over the radar station here. And it looks like Environment Canada has added Ottawa back into the severe thunderstorm warning. As I mentioned earlier, they dropped it, but they've added it back in because of the storms coming in from Quebec. So right now they're warning of up to 90 kilometers an hour wind gusts, hail up to quarter size, heavy rainfall. Locations in the path include Ottawa and Perth. And this one near Levant Station could be producing some hail. And those are eventually tracking into Lanark. Someone said Brockville under the warning. Don't think so yet. Brockville's down there now. But is heading in that direction. So I wouldn't be surprised if it eventually gets extended into Brockville. We're probably still about an hour away from, probably an hour or maybe an hour and a half away from the severe risk winding down in eastern Ontario as these storms continue to track to the southeast here and cross into upstate New York. We'll continue keeping an eye on them, but Environment Canada has them under severe thunderstorm warning and nothing standing out to me at the moment. What's this guy doing? Okay, little pop-up storm. Let's see what it does. We're continuing to watch those. And I'm going to track back into Alberta here. These storms that are, and it looks like Environment Canada ended the warning on this storm that is over the Evergreen area, which makes sense. It sort of fizzled out, and the stronger activity was always expected to be up here, so these storms were kind of a surprise. At least. But these ones continue to look quite dynamic, including this one that we put the rotation detected polygon on. Alberta can be tricky because something can look like rotation, but it's actually a hail meso. So based on the positioning of what looks to be rotation now, actually, this area here catches my concern mostly. If I stop drawing here, you can see there is some rotation there, and it's in the right area of the storm. And that's just going north of Cynthia here. There's not many locations to point out. I think it's a fairly rural area. It's moving quite slow. That one in the White Court area is kind of not as strong as it was earlier. It's quite noisy, but there could be maybe rotation there. We do have a polygon on it that Dalton did, which makes sense. Looks like Environment Canada ended the severe thunderstorm warning on that storm near Whitecourt. So maybe they don't feel it's reaching severe levels anymore. The most concerning aspect of that storm is the velocity. I'm not really seeing any major hail potential with this storm. But it's fairly noisy. So we'll continue to watch how that tracks. But the stronger storms right now are west of Edmonton here. And this one tracking into Tomahawk. And south of Carrot Creek. And that's the one that we've been watching that could have some rotation there. That's tracking north of Cynthia. So basically the biggest concern right now are this storm, if you'll let me draw it twice, and this storm. So those are the three storms we're watching that are under a severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada. Those are eventually going to head into the Edmonton region here, but it remains to be seen how strong they are by the time they reach Edmonton. They're very, very slow moving here. You can see they've been going at it for almost 2 hours here, and they barely moved out of that region here. So we'll keep an eye on those. That Red Deer cell has fizzled out mostly. Makes sense why Environment Canada ended the severe thunderstorm warning for those regions. You can take a look at Ontario. For the Ottawa region. Continues to look marginally severe, which is what Environment Canada is thinking too. Quarter-size hail up to 90 km/h wind gusts with this storm. Anything coming in towards Edmonton? So yeah, those storms I was talking about to the west of Edmonton will eventually likely make their way into Edmonton, but they're very, very slow moving. And it's questionable how strong they will be by the time they reach Edmonton. It's definitely over an hour away until Edmonton enters the conversation. I believe, let me double check. We still have the tornado watch in effect for this area. That is just to the west of Edmonton. Edmonton, I believe. Yeah, so they're in a severe thunderstorm watch. So this is the severe thunderstorm watch. And then this area that has the red dashed is the tornado watch. So Edmonton could see some storms tonight. As these storms make their way to the west, or east, from the west. You can turn those watches off again so we can get a better idea of the warnings. This one near Brazeau Dam might be weakening a bit. It's been sitting there for a while. It's been oscillating from crazy strong to like nothing to hailcore again and then nothing. So we'll see what it does on the net scan to say for sure. Yeah, this one, loss of inflow continues, as Dalton says. And it continues to have an interesting appendage to it here. Right where the strongest velocity signature is there. And we have that in a polygon here for rotation. It's not really many locations I can call out because I believe it's a fairly rural area, but it's basically north of Cynthia, between Cynthia and Ship Lake. And these are tracking eastward, eventually maybe into the Edmonton area. I know we've gotten a lot of questions from Edmonton about the storm risk there. The storm risk continues. You're under a severe thunderstorm watch, and there is a tornado watch directly to your west. So these storms could have tornado potential with them. You just have to see how they continue.
I'm just taking a look at the 0Z models, seeing what our risk for Edmonton might be like, if anything. I'll keep
Okay,
you posted with what I
perfect.
come up with.
Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put Ontario on the side here, Ontario radar, so we can kind of look at them both at the same time. So there isn't a ton going in Ontario right now, aside from the severe warning storms going through the Ottawa region. But nothing's really catching my eye, but we'll keep the radar off to the side here. Just give me a moment. There we go. So now we're both covering Alberta and Ontario at the same time here. Magic. So everyone is happy. I know Ottawa, the Ontario side is a little smaller, but there's not a lot of detail to go into about it. It's mostly just a bunch of marginally severe thunderstorms right now. The detail is needed in Alberta right now with a storm near Cynthia. Continues to look quite strong here. Yeah, that evergreen storm has really dissipated. So definitely looks like Red Deer is in the clear for now. Unless we get anything else popping up, but I don't really see it. The concern continues to be west of Edmonton. I'm going to take a peek at Ontario on the side here to see if there's anything strong. It's probably with this storm that's tracking through Lanark right now. Drummond, North Elmsley, and eventually Perth. Still looking marginally severe. Environment Canada has that under a severe thunderstorm warning. Last I checked, it was quarter-sized hail and strong wind gusts. Yep, that's still what they have. So be on alert in those areas. Just double checking, but it looks like that storm that was about to track into Ottawa has kind of fizzled out. At least the strongest portion of it is east of Ottawa, near Navan, well, the eastern section of Ottawa here. So Orleans, Carlsbad Springs, but it's not even looking that intense right now. So the Ottawa area might be getting close to being done for the night here.
And honestly, it's looking about the same in Alberta. Based on the latest weather models, it's looking like these storms might have like another hour in them before they really start to die down.
Mm-hmm.
And then as far as Edmonton's concerned, might get hit with the storm that's currently hitting Tomahawk, but in a more weakened state. Probably in about 2 hours' time.
That sort of makes sense because I believe Alberta's getting close to sunset. So that will reduce the daytime heating available for these storms. So we're continuing to watch them. I may go into hybrid mode because I'm just basically repeating myself at the moment. But if anything particularly pops up that catches our attention, or of course, if a tornado warning is issued, I wouldn't be surprised if this one does something soon. If anything does happen, it probably will be this one near Cynthia. We're keeping a close eye on that. And as I mentioned in the Ottawa region, storms look like they're not as strong as they used to be. The strongest one is tracking through Perth right now, eventually into Smith Falls, and that will make their way into Brockville, Ogdensburg, and then upstate New York. But right now, for those in the Ottawa region, Ottawa particularly, looks like things are winding down. Of course, you're still under the severe thunderstorm warning, but I would suspect that will be ended soon once the remaining part of that storm fully moves out of Ottawa here. I would expect them to probably extend that severe thunderstorm warning down into Brockville. So the storm continues to be quite strong as it heads into Smith Falls. I want to say Smurf Falls for some reason. It's again that time of the night.
Yeah, it sounds like everyone's kind of hitting their wall.
Mm-hmm. I know you're getting to that. Actually, I woke up at 8 a.m. for some reason today. I don't know how, but I did.
Wow, that's really early for you. We usually don't see you till the crack of noon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think we're gonna go into hybrid mode for now. If anything pops up that catches my attention, I will pop back in. particularly the storm near Cynthia in Alberta, but there's not much I can say about it right now. But for now, I'm gonna go into hybrid mode and put on some calming music. I'll probably play Adam's song to begin. So stay tuned. Thank you for continuing to watch. We'll talk soon.
Storm has passed, the time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. Thunder's gone, rain is coming down. If you look up to the sky, you see things are clearing now. Everything is gonna be okay, even when it's not. All storms pass eventually. Know you have a lot. You got me, you got mom, got all the things that you've become. Me, you got mom, got a loving home where you're from. You got me, you got mom. So love your family, you only get one. Only get one. Storm has passed, the time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone, maybe it's not too long until you rest your head and get some sleep. Try to dream of something sweet. You're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight, tonight, tonight. You're gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, tonight.
Hey everyone, just jumping back in for another quick update on how the storms are progressing. As you can see in eastern Ontario, the storms are basically winding down. The strongest storm that remains under a severe thunderstorm warning here is about to track into the Brockville area. It looks like it could bring some strong wind gusts with it here. Let me just zoom in here. So near New Biss, Toledo here, Bell's Crossing. This is eventually tracking into the Augusta, Ogdensburg area, Maitland, Brockville, before crossing into upstate New York. That will probably happen close to the midnight hour. So we're probably about 10 to 20 minutes away from the storm being no longer a threat to our side of the border. And Environment Canada has removed all the severe thunderstorm warnings on these storms that have basically fizzled out as they went through the Ottawa area. So it looks like, although there is a developing storm to the west of Pembroke right now, north of Barry's Bay, see what it's doing. Probably gonna be non-severe. Don't think there's much of an environment up there. Maybe some small hail with it too. We see a bit of a hail core north of Barry's Bay. It just went through Algonquin Park. Basin Depot. Oh, it's just southwest of Squirrel Depot here. And that will eventually work its way into Barry's Bay, Co-op, maybe the Bon Cher Valley. But I'm not really expecting much with that storm. The strongest one continues to be this one near Brockville, and that's about to track into New York. So that's it for the Ontario update, and I'm going to jump over to our radar here in Alberta. These storms that continue west of Edmonton here. Just going to refresh my radar here. So we get a new, might have to log back in. Oh, nope. These continue to be under a severe thunderstorm warning. What's this one? Oh, it's I guess there's just two of them there. This one tracking towards Edmonton is weakening, it seems. Was looking fairly strong as it went through the Tomahawk area. We yawned at the same time, Brennan. Yeah, it's that time of the night. And that storm is tracking into Burtonsville, Highvale, Brightbank. But it seems to be slowly weakening, which is good because that's, oh, maybe the latest scan has a strong core on it, but it still seems to be shrinking a bit here. We'll keep an eye on it because that would have the biggest threat for the Edmonton region here. Maybe eventually for Stony Plain. But it's moving very, very slow. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, everyone. Flew a bit too close to the sun and had my computer at 2%. I thought I plugged it in fast enough, but it decided it wanted to crash anyways and wouldn't restart until it was charged to 5%. Woo. But we're good, we're plugged in. So I'm gonna go back to covering these storms. Thank you for sticking with us through some technical difficulties. But I'm back. Just make sure all my audio is set up good. Yep, we're good. We're good. So as I was saying, we were looking at this storm near Tomahawk. LOL, he did forget to charge it. It wasn't like forgetting, it's because I had my iPad beside me and my computer, and I'm screen mirroring my computer to my iPad. So I'm fighting over the charging cable to decide which one gets it. My iPad was dying, so I was charging up my iPad. And then I noticed my computer was dying, but I thought I had a few more minutes, but it decided to die at 2% anyways. RIP. But we survived. This one continues into High Val. Gonna take a look at this one that had rotation on it earlier. Does it continue? Not really. It's not as focused. The strongest portion went up near Wildwood here. It's not really connected to the... Might be time to get more cables, lol. See, the thing is, I have lots of cables. It's just plugging it in. In case it isn't obvious, I also have ADHD, like Adam. So, bringing that cable over and plugging it in sounds like an easy task, but maybe one day. Yeah, it does look like things are sort of dying down in Alberta with these storms. We'll hang on for a bit longer just to make sure they die down. As Alana mentioned, Alana went to bed. She's no longer on this stream, but she did mention when she looked at the model data that they were expected to last about an hour, and we're getting about to that point where they should begin to fizzle out. We're starting to see signs of that. And then, of course, we're watching this one near Brockville, and I believe Dalton put a polygon on that. What did he say? Oh, doesn't want to load for me. Okay, he's notified Eastern Ontario because it has 97 km/h wind gusts. It's about to move into the US here. Oh yeah, you can really see it here. Going through Algonquin, Augusta, about to track into Ogdensburg. So if you're between Brockville and... Oh, that was Adam who notified it. I thought he went to bed already. He passed out, then he said he was gonna go to bed again. But then... I guess that didn't work out for him. I'll just run tonight with a special treat. I don't know if that's a good thing if you have me after midnight unsupervised. This seems problematic. But I'm gonna be on my best behavior. Okay? I'm not trying to get fired today. He lies. He's always watching the voice of the old in Monster Inc. I actually used that GIF on him the other day when he said, "I'm always watching." Or it might have been someone else, but I did post it in the chat. So I'm glad you have the same culture references as me. Woman, LOL. Love how you were just saying the old. But I knew what you were talking about. Yeah, the stream is getting way off topic. But anyways, those in the Ogdensburg area in Eastern Ontario Maitland, just to the northeast of Brockville here, need to be seeking shelter because there's strong wind gusts here. This is about to cross over the American border here, so it's almost not a concern. Probably about, I would give it maybe 5 to 10 more minutes. Because this frame is 5 minutes old. About 7 minutes actually now, so we should be getting a new frame soon. By the time we get the new update, it will likely be near the US border near Blue Church, near Ogdensburg. I'm assuming when we get the new update. So by then, it should be the strongest portion of the storm should be states. Oh, and we just got an update and it looks a lot even stronger heading into Blue Church here. We're estimating 170 kilometer an hour wind gusts here. But that is almost likely to be over the American border close in like a couple minutes, because that was 2 minutes ago, and based on the speed it's going, it's likely already across the border. You should still be seeking shelter in the Ogdensburg and Maitland area. Maitland is terrifying now with massive hail. Obviously, don't go out there, but how massive are you talking? If it's safe to do so. I'm wondering. Okay, I see what you're talking about here. There is a hail core right here going through Maitland. Ogdensburg. See, my pronunciations are gonna be very bad. I'm still learning. But we're looking at... Yeah, definitely. That storm's definitely picking it up as it crosses into the US here. So continue seeking shelter. Brockville may get clipped by the storm. I don't know how strong that portion of the storm will be. It looks like the strongest portion is in the Maitland area, Ogdensburg. But we're watching that one. And these storms continue in Alberta, but they seem to be gradually weakening here. Actually, as I say that, I saw something that caught my eye here. The storm that's north of Cynthia right now. Not really too impressive on velocity. It might actually be breaking apart a bit here. But we'll continue watching that. And more pressingly, we're watching the storm going through the Maitland area. Did I see what I thought I saw? No, I didn't. It's definitely ramping up on the last few frames. This is the Franktown. So the US radar is kind of at equal distance now, and it's updating more frequently. So you can really see the hail core that went through the Maitland area here. Definitely looking like some strong wind gusts with that storm. So continue seeking shelter if you're in the Brockville, Maitland area. But you're getting close to the end here. That remains the main concern for Ontario. Once that moves out, we should see that last remaining severe thunderstorm warning dropped. Based on what I'm seeing, velocity from the US radar, it looks like the strongest wind gust has now crossed into America. No chance for a tornado for mainland. Right now, from what I'm seeing, I'm more thinking damaging wind gust potential. I'm not really seeing rotation here. But a reminder that strong wind gusts can be just as dangerous as a tornado, especially because they can affect a larger area compared to a narrow path of destruction that a tornado would cause. So they still should be treated seriously. But the strongest portion of with the wind gust happened just northeast of Maitland here. And as you can see, we got a new update here, and it's almost outside of here. So it's weakened a bit as it tracked into the American side of the border. But the bulk of the storm, like basically the only thing that's left here is this section of the storm. If it will let me draw. It's slow, but it lets me draw. So this section of the storm remains along the border, but that was 2 minutes ago, so it's almost out of there. So you probably have experienced the strongest part of the storm in Maitland. It should be improving from here on out. Still not the all clear just yet, but you're probably getting there in about a couple minutes. We'll keep an eye on that. But right now in Alberta, that one near north of Cynthia still has my attention on the latest scan. Seems to be developing a little hook here. It's a little guy, but it's been consistent on a few frames here. And we do have that in a polygon here, so it's still in the polygon for a minor rotation. Actually, I think it's regular rotation, not minor. Dalton did an orange polygon on that. I believe he did. It's not as focused as it was, but the shape is interesting. And that will be heading towards Moon Lake, Evansburg, eventually, slowly. But they do seem to be gradually weakening. It's very, very slow in Alberta. These storms are very, very slow. Although this one near Brazeau Dam continues to just cycle. But it's not really moving that much. And it's not really going anywhere. We'll continue to watch that one. I don't really see any locations. I think this is a fairly rural area. Brazeau Dam is basically the only area that's populated here. So we'll eventually see where it tracks. It's not really a concern right now. I'm going to turn on the watches here so you can see what we're dealing with. I haven't seen if Environment Canada ended the tornado watch. Okay, it continues to the south, interestingly, although I wonder if that is left over, because that doesn't make any sense why the tornado watch is still down here. I'm going to look at that in the background to see if that's still legitimate. It might be stuck. I hunch it's stuck because there's like no storms in that area. I don't think we're expecting any development there. One moment, please. Just checking on in the background. Okay. The watch is still in effect, but it was from 628. So I wonder if Environment Canada kind of forgot about it. They forgot they issued the watch and forgot to end it. So it doesn't really make any sense why there's a tornado watch there. Because all the storm activity is to the northwest here. Unless they think that Brazos Dam storm is going to do something. Well, that's a question for them. But we still have widespread severe thunderstorm watches. So Environment Canada did end the tornado watch to the west of Edmonton here. And they replaced it with a severe thunderstorm watch. But those storms don't seem to be doing much at the moment, aside from that one that was north of Cynthia here. We'll keep watching. I'm just going to take one last look at our Ontario storm. I think that's almost out of the... should be out of Ontario by now. Look at the latest radar here. Why is that 50 days ago? Let me refresh. Oh, that's why. We had to log back in. Bear with me. There we go. Oh, wonderful. The US radar is down. So we're just relying on Franktown now. Although these new pop-up storms to the northwest of that are interesting. We'll keep watching that. Oh, another pop-up storm near Ottawa. Don't think they're going to do much tonight. Yeah, not really. Why is that? That's weird. Okay, so we got a new radar scan and look at what we have. So the Brockville, Maitland, Ogdensburg area, you're good now. That storm has crossed the border. Obviously, don't go outside because there's still lightning potential with these storms. But the strongest portion of the storm has passed to your southeast here. It tracks into upstate New York. There is a few cells behind it, but I'm not really seeing anything interesting with them. I expect Environment Canada to end that warning shortly, and unless this one does something, it seems to be continuing, but it's not really... I don't know why velocity refuses to load here. Okay, here we go. We're back. Okay. So that Barry's Bay storm, it's a little guy. But I wonder what Environment Canada will do with that one. It's a possibility they may warn that. It's gotten to the point where it could be producing near severe wind gusts and hail. We'll keep an eye on that to see what happens. But Ogdensburg, you're good. Brockville, you're good. Maitland, you're good. Augusta, you're good. Johnstown. You're good. Cornwall's about to get a storm. Looks non-severe for now. Could be some small hail in there about to track into Cornwall. I'm going to take a look at the Alberta storms. Yeah, the High Vale storm is really slowly but surely fizzling out as it tracks towards Stony Plain here. And that was probably the more pressing storm for Edmonton if there was a risk for Edmonton. There is still a severe thunderstorm watch, but if anything does happen, it's probably at least an hour away at this point. Unless that one near Stony Plain decides to fire back up. We'll keep watching it. This little guy continues. Browser Dam Storm seems to be like the strongest of them. But there's not really any impressive hail cores with them compared to what we were seeing earlier tonight in Alberta. But it looks like things are winding down both in Alberta and Ontario. So I'm going to go back into hybrid mode. But we're going to stay just for a bit longer just to wait to see what these storms west of Edmonton does. And I'm going to watch that one to the west of Renfrew to see what it does here. So thank you for continuing to watch and stay tuned. Alright, Brennan popping back in here for another update. And as you can see in Alberta, things are really quickly winding down, especially with these northern cells here. They're breaking up fast near Wildwood here. I'm not even seeing a hail core with them anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if Environment Canada drops a severe thunderstorm warning on those ones. And those were basically the main threats we were watching for the Edmonton area, so I'm not sure if Edmonton's going to see much beside maybe some rain. And maybe some non-severe thunderstorms, but this one doesn't seem to be doing much at this point. Not seeing any rotation either. This one continues in the Brazos Dam area, but it's not really going anywhere. And based on what I'm seeing with the storms to the north, I would guess that one will start winding down soon. And I don't think it's going to go hit anything. So it seems to be not really going. Oh, I don't have that. There we go. So this one near Brazos Dam wants to track to the southeast here very slowly, and it's basically lingered in that same area over the last 2 hours here. It's barely moved. It started like over here, if it'll let me draw, and now it's over here. That's like barely moved in 2 hours. So I don't think it remains under a severe thunderstorm warning. People in this area could see hail, but I don't really see any locations that popping up on our map, so I think it's a fairly rural area to the south here. I don't think it's gonna hit anything anytime soon. And these storms are wrapping up in Alberta. So with that being said, I'm gonna switch over to Ontario because there is a storm that has caught my eye that we talked about earlier. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna switch back over to Ontario storm reports here so we can have that on the side. See some impressive lightning in there. So I'm gonna be focused on Ontario for a bit, and then I will check over in Alberta to see what that Brazos Dam storm is doing, but I think everything is winding down. And I'm gonna switch over to, actually before I do that, I'm gonna refresh because I changed the rotation a bit there. So we have a fresh screen. Excuse me jumping over the place. This storm has caught my attention because it has an interesting hook-like appendage to it here. And the velocity is a little hard to tell, but you can kind of see it's noisy. There is something there. And we do have a polygon on that for damaging wind and minor rotation that Adam woke up from the dead to issue before, I assume, passing back out. But that continues to be an interesting concern. And that's tracking towards Flower Station, Canado. So we're going to stay on the stream for this one to see what it does. All the storms that were near the Ontario-American border have basically crossed over the border. That one that went through the Brockville-Maitland area has gotten quite an impressive hail core as it really exploded as it went stateside here. It could be Just to clarify, that's Russell in New York. That's not Russell in Ontario. So Russell, New York could be getting quite the hail quarter right now. So good thing that storm decided to really explode until it went across the American border here. Strong winds with it too. So we still have a strong environment here. We'll see what this guy does. It has caught my attention. As you can see, Adam has finally removed that polygon here. Which makes sense because that storm has passed over the border. So we're continuing to watch this guy. So far, not under a severe thunderstorm warning or anything. I think the watch is still in effect. I just don't have it on the screen. I'll add it to the screen here so I can see it. So Environment Canada did end the watch over by Algonquin Park, but they did keep it here for the Ottawa Valley. So that kind of suggests to me that Environment Canada thinks there's still a potential here. It's likely this storm that's tracking through the greater Madawaska area. Cart, I know I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation of that. But we'll continue to watch this one. I'm just waiting to see if we get a new scan. It's coming momentarily, so I'll stay on the stream for now. And once we review it, if it continues to be a concern, I may stay on the stream. If not, I'll go back into hybrid mode and wait until we get another frame. But it has an interesting shape to it, in my opinion. The velocity is very hard to tell what it's doing. Actually, speaking of that, that radar is back, which is good. Let's see what it's doing here. Okay. So the US radar is showing it too higher up. I believe, do we have a new frame? We do. Okay. I do not like the looks of that. I'm gonna message Adam right now to see if he's still up. Definitely concerned about it's continued on several frames here. And the hook seems to be tightening a bit. And it has that shape to it that gives me pause. Just to clarify, some people are asking about Alberta. We continue to watch Alberta, but the storms are really ramping down. These ones, I'd be surprised if Environment Canada keeps a severe warning for that long. And these storms are really falling apart here. And even the Brazeau Dam storm it doesn't look as intense as it did, although it's been, I'm gonna say if maybe, yeah, Someone mentioned in the comments that Carvel radar station could be obscuring the storm. Maybe. But it was weakening before it even got to the radar station, and we saw the other storms weaken as well. But we're continuing to watch Alberta to see if anything happens, but right now nothing's catching my eye. There is a severe thunderstorm watch in effect, and it looks like Environment Canada finally dropped tornado watch that they forgot about near Red Deer. So yay. But I'm going to go back over to Ontario to this one that caught my eye. I'm waiting for one more scan. If it continues strong, it's still inner polygon. So those people have been notified about this storm. I'm just going to wait for one more scan and see what it's doing. Switch something here. Photo. Put that back to a picture. So it doesn't like when I click away from it. So at least you see something on the screen. Okay. Back to the storms. This one continues. We're getting a new radar frame. So we're going to see what it's doing here. Any second now. While we're waiting on that, I'm going to check from the US radar. We have a new scan there. Well, scan looks a bit weaker with the hail core, at least higher up in the storm, so that might be a good sign. See if we got... Nope, we're still waiting. We're waiting. Any minute now. Okay, we got a new scan. It doesn't look like... What looked like the hook there is kind of come broader. I think I'm just going to leave the polygon right now because it's still in the polygon. If it did something, it likely would have done something near Camel Chute, Griffith, Black Donald. If there was something. Not fully convinced because the strongest velocity was kind of disconnected with the actual hook. But that will eventually track Levant Station, Hood, Lanark, maybe Fallbrook. Maybe near Mississippi Station. But we'll see what it does. I'm going to keep the stream on and go back into hybrid mode after I look in Alberta. And then we'll wait a few more frames and see what the storm does. If it weakens, then we'll probably say goodnight. So I don't think there's much going on in Alberta for that long. We'll double check. But it's basically just this storm near Renfrew in the greater Madawaska area that has our attention right now. But I will keep watching that. I'm just going to take one last look at Alberta before I go back into hybrid mode for now. Yeah, that browser dam storm seems to be weakening, but now it's got a bit of a hook to it. Let me look at that from a different radar. No, that's not going to help. Not really moving that much. We'll see what it does. But these ones that were quite strong west of Edmonton continue to fizzle out. Could still see some near marginally severe hail, maybe like dime to nickel size. Not seeing anything particularly strong with those storms. Velocity looks weak. So we have a lot of questions from the Edmonton area. You are under the severe thunderstorm watch, but I question how long that will last now that the storms to your west have diminished. What's happening here? Seeing more storms firing up? Maybe that's just being caused by the storm going over the radar station right now. So you're not fully out of the woods in Edmonton. I still say still be on alert because Environment Canada still has a severe watch in effect. We don't know if these storms will start strengthening again. From the data Alana reviewed earlier before she went to bed, she said it would probably wind down in about an hour, and that was like an hour and a half ago, and we've already seen those wind down. So she was right. And look what just happened. Environment Canada ended the warning for these storms near Evansburg, which makes sense because those storms have weakened. But they did keep the small storm near Carvel tracking a Duffield. It was the strongest of them all, and it's kind of getting obscured by the radar here, so it's kind of hard to tell what it's doing. This definitely could be producing near severe level hail. Yeah, they're saying quarter size hail. So that makes sense to keep the warning on that one for up to quarter size hail. Red Deer and Lacombe just received another tornado watch? Let me double check on that one. I don't think there's any tornado watches in effect still in Alberta. Okay. I still see the tornado watch on Environment Canada's website. Did I turn it off, maybe? Oh, I did. That's why. So there is a tornado watch still in effect for the Red Deer area. But I have no clue why. Because, like, none of these storms are going in that direction. I'm not seeing anything. And it's not like they've updated the watch. It's still the same thing. Thunderstorms that develop this evening have the potential to produce thunderstorm tornadoes. but it's not even, it's almost like nighttime in Alberta. I'm confused why there's a tornado watch still in effect for west of Red Deer here. Weird. Oh, and it looks like Environment Canada ended that warning that was on that Carvel storm still. So they think it's weakened below severe level. So the only remaining warning right now is with this storm near Brazeau Dam, and I wonder how long it will last because it seems to be the next to fizzle out. Got a question. May I ask, are you guys will be on live tomorrow morning or afternoon so I can watch this again? Not 100% sure. I don't think there's a risk tomorrow. Maybe in the prairies? Atlanta does the prairies, so I'm not really up to date on it. Oh, maybe. It looks like there's a risk in Alberta again tomorrow. Actually, I can bring it up on here. Just give me a moment. I'm just going to turn off the watches and warnings. And I'm going to bring up Environment Canada's forecast for tomorrow so we can go over where we're potentially streaming. Oh, doesn't want to load for me. Oh, it's probably because it's day one now. Nope. Is it night one? That's weird. Okay, now it doesn't even want to show me. Never mind. My idea was confused because it doesn't even want to show me it. But anyways, I can see from the Environment Canada's website that they are expecting, is that for tomorrow? Yeah, Wednesday. Okay. So they're expecting a potential severe risk with tornado threat along the Saskatchewan-Alberta border, including Medicine Hat. They have them in a moderate risk for 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts, 2.5 centimeter to 4 centimeter hail, and they do mention the tornado risk in that. And we do have another risk again to the northwest of Edmonton that includes the Edson area, White Court. I believe that goes probably all the way up to Swan Hills as well. Stops at Graham Prairie. And they have them in a high risk, 90 to 110 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 5 to 7 centimeter hail. So that's huge hail. We're talking about like tennis ball size hail. And a tornado risk as well. So we might be streaming tomorrow in Alberta if storms happen. Ontario, from what I saw, looks to be mostly smoke tomorrow. Though there might be a potential risk in deep southwestern Ontario around the Windsor area. Environment Canada did highlight them in moderate weather risk with 90 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 2 to 3 centimeter hail, and that includes Windsor, Chatham, Sarnia, St. Thomas, and Leamington. So I will be looking at that and posting a forecast in the morning if it continues to look promising. But other than that, we're basically talking about the smoke in Ontario tomorrow. But that's it for that. And kind of got sidetracked there. But it looks like Alberta's winding down unless we get more pop-ups. Environment Canada's holding with the severe thunderstorm watch so far. But we'll see how that lasts. How long that lasts. We still have that one remaining. One near Brazeau Dam that doesn't really want to move anywhere. We'll see what it does. But for now, I'm not really seeing much of a concern in Edmonton area. So back over to Ontario we go. It kind of continues. It's not as impressive as it was, but it's heading into Levant Station, Hood, Donaldson, eventually Lanark, Fallbrook. So we'll keep watching that storm. That's basically the only storm that's left in Eastern Ontario. So we'll see what that does. It looks like we got a new scan, so let me see. Okay, it's kind of messy, but something there. I'm gonna check it from US radar. That Brazos County cell said, I don't care, I do what I want. It's ignoring basic pathing, wants to head to Hoadley and Rimbley area. Yeah, it's just weird. It's just sitting there. It doesn't want to move at all. So if it goes anywhere, it's going to take forever to get there. And I don't know how long it's going to survive. Because those ones to the north fizzled out quite fast, and it looks like it's meeting the same fate as those other ones. So we will see. But for now, I'm going to go back into hybrid mode as we watch this storm in Eastern Ontario. I'm going to hold on for a few more frames just to see what it's doing. I think it might be weakening a bit. Environment Canada hasn't issued any warnings on it, so they may think it's still below severe levels, and it's kind of fizzling out there. It's not as strong as it was as it went for the greater Madawaska area. So we're going to hold on for a few more frames, but I'm going to put back on the music. So stay tuned. I'll be back shortly. Alright, I'm popping back in for one final update as it looks like we're reaching the end of the stream. The Eastern Ontario storm here continues near Levant, heading into Perth, Smith Falls, but it's not as intense as it was when it went through the greater Madawaska area here. And I think it will remain sub-severe. Of course, I'll still be watching radar, and if you don't already, please download our free app. We just launched a new update to it. I'll bring it up here. So you can go to instantweatherinc.com/app, and you can download it on the App Store and Google Play Store, and turn on push notifications for your locations. And if anything interesting pops up, I will send out a notification on that storm. We have this little small one near Amont, potentially heading into south of Ottawa, but it seems to be weakening. Maybe some small hail there, potentially maybe pea to dime size. They don't look too strong. They look a little stronger higher up, so there could definitely be some hail heading into Perth, Fallbrook with that storm. Nothing really seems that interesting with the storm yet at the point, but I'll be still watching. Environment Canada still has a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. I would suspect they'd end that soon. Let's see what did they update it tonight? They're probably just waiting for these cluster of storms to move out. There is a developing storm to the northeast of Smith Falls. Don't think it'll do much, but we'll be watching, of course. Actually, it does seem to be strengthening a bit, heading through Merrickville, Wolford, Carrington, then eventually potentially the Ogdensburg area again. But it doesn't look that strong right now. Of course, I'll keep watching. And just one final look. I did want to point out there is actually a severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued for Weyburn, Estevan, and parts of southwestern Manitoba. I assume most people are watching us in that area because this was mostly an Ontario and Alberta stream, but I just wanted to highlight it. Environment Canada did it because these developing storms that has a severe thunderstorm warning stateside is eventually slowly going to cross over the border here into Saskatchewan and Alberta. We'll be watching them, but they're not expected to be crazy strong, marginally severe, maybe some hail, strong wind gusts with them. But again, if you have our app, we'll keep you notified with that. And in Alberta, there's been a lot of question about the Red Deer area because this ghost tornado watch continues from Environment Canada. I'm not sure why it's still in effect, because there's like no storms in the area. If there was like a tornado potential, it would probably be in the areas where there's storms, but I'm not even seeing tornado potential at this point with these storms. So I have no clue why that's still there. I'm assuming they forgot about it because it was added after the main tornado watch was issued. So they may have thought they ended the whole watch when they ended it, but it remains in effect. But the sole remaining storm that's under a severe warning is slowly fizzling out. It was fighting its way, but the last few scans really shows it weakening substantially just to the north of Baptiste River here. And these storms are sub-severe right now to the east of Edson, all the way into the Edmonton area. Edmonton might get a bit of a storm soon, but it's not looking severe at this point. The severe thunderstorm watch is still in effect. And of course, if you have our app, we will notify you if anything pops up, and you'll also get the latest watches and warnings from Environment Canada. So you'll be notified. But that's about it for our stream. So thank you for watching. Want to give a shout out to my co-hosts, Adam and Alana, and of course, Patricia and Lindsay for rocking the groups, and all the other people, wonderful people in the background, including Dalton and Teresa. I know I'm forgetting some people. But thank you so much, and thank you for watching. We'll probably be back at it tomorrow night. So good night, everyone. Before I kind of let off with that, but to clarify what I'm talking about is tomorrow it looks like maybe deep southwestern Ontario around the Windsor, Sarnia, Chatham area that could have severe thunderstorm potential according to Environment Canada. I haven't dug deep into the data yet. I did see it a bit early this morning, but it didn't look too strong, so we'll watch. And there is also a risk that Environment Canada is highlighting for to the northwest of Edmonton that has huge hail potential up to 7 centimeters. So that is like tennis ball size hail. And they also mentioned tornado potential. They also mentioned tornado potential along the Alberta-Saskatchewan border in the southeast here around Medicine Hat. So I'm sure Alana will have a forecast posted in the morning or afternoon if it continues to look strong. So be on the lookout for that on our pages. But for now, I'm going to say goodnight. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you for watching.